which in Canada is very far away. Canada is essentially like 2 Europes, and it's one country.
Oh yeah, wow.
It's approximately a Europe and a half.
How many time zones? I think it's 5.
Yep.
It's because you guys are so far north as well, because time zones get smaller.
That too. Okay, I am recording. I believe we are ready to go.
The UK is further north than we are.
That's true.
True.
We just span a very large section of south to north.
As they say, from sea to shining sea.
From sea to sea to sea.
Yes. As our colonial, very not great people in our past said about this country. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Session 0 of Dice Fables, which is my series of games. That is what I call them. This is a Tomb of Annihilation adventure. It is going to be very different from the last one. We're going to do a brief Session 0 just to go over who I am, what this game is going to be about, and also go back over my proposition for the setting. And then we're going to build a consenting gaming palette, just in case anybody has any issues. We want to get them, we want to front them right at the start to make sure that everybody can enjoy this game together, and we can have fun together without, anybody having a bad time. I am Spencer. I will be your DM. I started playing D&D around 2015, right after my friend got the player's handbook, and we didn't know what we were doing, and we did a very bad job. But then the next year we played again, and we knew a little more about the rules, and we did a little better, and Riley joined that game. And then we played again the next year, and we knew a little better. Then the year after that, which is 2017 or 2018 or something like that, I started running, and I've sort of been running perpetually since. This is my first time running Tomb of Annihilation. I'm a little overwhelmed because the city is very, very big. And unlike Curse of Strahd, which I've now run 3 times, this is it's open world, and it is not nearly as directed of a story. So it might be a little slow going as I figure out how to run a more sandbox style game. So please bear with me. If everybody would like to, you can introduce yourselves. You don't necessarily have to go over who you're playing yet. Just tell us who you are. Introduce yourselves for the sake of the VODs later. We'll start up. On my left is Abby. You're first.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Abby. I've been playing D&D for like 5 years now. Probably 6 at this point. I'm going to be playing Elspeth, Amirasdottir. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. My pronouns are she, her. Yeah.
All right. That's Abby. We can go down. The next on my screen here is Mia. So Mia, tell us who you are.
Hello. I'm Mia. I'm 28. I come from Germany, but Germany sucks, so I'm going to Belgium soon-ish. I've been playing D&D for 2 years. Funnily enough, my first proper game was with a very large amount of the group that we are in right now. And I will be playing Lucia, Aurora.
Yes, indeed.
Oh yeah, pronoun, also she, her.
I should also give my pronouns, just in case. I am he, him, but if you want to refer to me as anything, that is A-OK, because, frankly, gender is made up, and I don't really feel particularly strongly attached to it. We move on. We have moved. People have moved to screens. But Riley was next. So, Riley, tell us. What's the deal?
I'm Riley. He, they. I've been playing since about 2018, I think. That's the math that I'm finding in the chat earlier, January 2018. Hey, look, everyone's on camera. That's exciting.
Hey.
That's a first.
That is, I'm pretty sure, a first, yes. I explore gender through D&D characters, so that's fun.
Same. I think that's just like a
thing.
That's just a queer thing to do.
Yeah, I think this is my first time playing a cis guy, so that'll be fun. My character is Hope, a bard. I hope he's going to be a lot of fun. He's not going to sing.
Yes, you are a bard.
Play a musical instrument.
Yeah, you're a bard in the Shakespeare sense, not a bard in the Sam Riegel sense. So we move on. Next on my screen originally was Hana before the cameras turned on and Hana got moved around. So tell us about yourself, Hana.
Hello, I'm Hana. My pronouns are they, them. I am Riley's older sibling. I've been playing D&D for a couple years now. Started about a year and a half ago, I guess, and now I'm in 5 games and running one of them. So, it's just sometimes you dive into things. Very happy to be here. Glad to play a game with Riley. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And really happy to meet y'all. Thanks.
All right. And then last but certainly not least, although you were the last to join, Guy, what's the deal? Who are you?
Quick one. Is everyone okay with me eating on camera? Because I know some people aren't comfortable with that.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, everyone okay with that? Yeah. Hi, I'm Guy. I'm a third year. Oh, I'm just doing what I do with icebreakers at uni. I'm a third year engineering student studying in England, and I've been playing D&D for more or less how long Abby's been playing D&D, maybe minus a year. Yeah, I highly value roleplay, and my pronouns are he, him, but I'm comfortable with they, them pronouns. That doesn't really affect me. I don't know what that means. I'm very what's the word? I'm inexperienced with that whole spectrum.
Honestly, same. I'm just figuring it out myself.
He's very straight, guys. Cut him some slack.
Yeah.
He's the one straight guy in a group of 7 lesbians. So
I'm the DM, and then I think everyone I think I'm just 6 queer players, and they're all some flavor. Yeah, some flavor.
You're the token straight guy. We haven't had one of those yet.
Literally, we have a group chat, and it's called the gays plus the token straight. I am the token straight.
There you go.
Yeah,
well,
we replaced one straight Arab with another straight Arab.
It's true. Hello and welcome. As we could tell based on these introductions and also my alluding, this is a very queer-friendly game. Personally, my values are extremely left. I'm not going to force that on anybody. But generally, we're going to be a very progressive, very forward-thinking, very social justice-oriented group, just because, that's, I think, the way that we should be, and everybody needs to be comfortable and healthy and happy with one another. That being said, there are going to be bad people in the game, and I don't necessarily endorse the things that characters do in game. I am playing characters. These are not values that I myself hold. We can absolutely go over that sort of stuff in a little bit when we talk about our safety palette. So the pitch for this game, which some of you may have read a long time ago, since this has been 2 months in the making. On the island of Chult, somewhere deep in the untamed jungle, a curse is awoken. All across the world, a new kind of death has come, one where people cannot be returned to life, and anyone who has been returned to life in the past is slowly withering away with decay as if they were never raised from the dead at all. With a generation of heroes and retired heroes crippled by the change in the status quo, all hopes rest on fresh new faces as this death curse continues on its mysterious purpose. So that is the setting of the world, and then all of you have come here with your own agendas, with your own stories, with your own things you're after, besides putting an end to this death curse, however that may be. The only other bits of information that it's somewhere in the jungle. It probably has something to do with an archlich, Sorcerer, which certain sages throughout the world have been able to tell has returned, but he's a powerful enough mage that he's impossible to track with divination spells. They know he's here, and he's generally bad news when he shows up somewhere. Yes, so those are the things that you know now. The genre and tone of this game. We're going to be in the type of story that Indiana Jones or The Mummy or the Jumanji sequels are in. This is going to be a pulp action adventure type story. It's still D&D, so there's still going to be magic shopping and horror monsters and this sort of thing. But generally, the tone and pace of this thing is intended to be more fun action adventure type of storytelling rather than the more somber misery that I'm used to running. So with that in mind, your characters generally, you're going to be adventuring types. This is a sort of game that rewards bravery and forward thinking. So obviously roleplay your character, but being adventurous and being inventive is probably going to be rewarded in this game. Moving on. Content warning. Here's the stuff where we're starting to get into difficult things. Obviously, this is a game about death and decay to a certain extent, the cycles of life. There's going to be a lot of discussion of death and the inevitability of death, as well as beyond just physical death, there's going to be discussions of themes of death and betrayal. I don't know how specific I can be about that without spoiling anything. There will also be elements of disease and possibly gore, as well as more uncomfortable setting or topics such as imperialism, cannibalism, slavery, and existential dread about the apocalypse of all things everywhere. These are baked into the story as it is. I can be sensitive around these things if there are issues for anybody, but these are things that I can't really fully remove from it. That being said, this generally isn't going to be I don't hope anyway, isn't going to be a particularly traumatizing story for anybody. However, if anything does make you uncomfortable, if anything makes the game stop being fun for you, you are more than welcome to speak up, which is how we come to the safety tools. So we're going to be using an extension of the X card. What's the word? The X card tool for role playing. Essentially, you're going to have a set of cards that are on the bottom right of our Roll20 screen called Safety Tools. They represent the functions of a remote. There's a play button, a pause button, a stop button, fast forward, rewind, and step by step. These have similar functions to what these tools would do on a remote. If there's something that comes up in game that makes you uncomfortable, or if you need a break and you don't want to miss anything, throw out a pause button, or you can just say pause. We'll give pause, we'll talk about what's going on, or we'll take a brief break for you to work through whatever it is you need to work through, whether that's going to the bathroom, getting a snack, or a drink of tea, or anything like that. The stop button is something where we need to take a break to actually seriously talk about something, or we need to change topics. For instance, in our previous game, we've had things where torture has come up, and torture was particularly uncomfortable for one of our players to go through. Throwing down that stop card when we veered into elements of torture was a nice way to let us all know that, okay, this thing that is happening, we cannot dwell in it, we're going to skip over and move over it. Similarly, the fast forward button can have the same function. If something is going on that you want us to go faster through, but you're okay with it happening, we just don't want to dwell on it, the fast forward button is good for that sort of thing. Alternatively, the rewind button. If something happens that would ruin the game for you to be true, we can revisit it. You can either just say rewind, or let's go over that again, or throw down the rewind button, and we'll go back and we'll talk about what happened, and see if we can do any sort of retconning needed. Generally, this isn't intended to undo bad die rolls, because part of the fun of D&D is failing and dealing with those failures. This is more on a roleplay aspect. The last one, I think I've covered all of them, the play button. If we get hung up on something and we're spinning our wheels in the mud and you're getting bored, or you feel like we've done enough and we're still going at it, you can throw down the play button or just say, can we move on, or anything like that. This will get us back on track and we'll keep moving. We sometimes fall down rabbit holes in our games where we just talk about something and then completely forget that the game is going on. So feel free to make use of those safety tools as desired. Beyond those cards, we are going to build a palette together now. You should see on your Roll20 screens, we have the palette up. The way the palette works, I opened the wrong thing. Go away. My cheat engine. I don't use a cheat engine. What are you talking about? The way the palette works, we have veils, lines, and hypes. So if there is anything in the game that you would like us to not cover at all, if at all possible, exclude from the game. You don't want it to be here. It would ruin the experience for you to play on. That goes in the lines category here. You can feel free to type it on there. If you don't want to type it in while the game is actually running and everybody's watching, you can feel free to put this in between sessions, or you can shoot me a DM and I can put it up for you. All of that is acceptable. Lines are these things where if they're included in the game, it will ruin your sense of fun. The point of D&D is collaborative storytelling. We're having fun together. So if you're not having fun, there's not much point in playing. So if something being part of a game would ruin it for you, throw in the lines category. Veils is stuff that you're more uncomfortable about, but if it's around you're okay with, we're just going to have to be careful with. This is like, if for instance if you are uncomfortable about spiders, but it doesn't rise to the level of you need to step out of the game if a spider is present, throwing that in the veils is perfectly fine. That means that lets me know that if we're going to run encounters, I'm going to try to avoid spider-like creatures, or if we do, I'll skirt around it as much as I can. The last thing is hypes. I don't just need negative information from you guys. I also want to know what things you guys are excited about. So you can put anything in the excited about section here, which I'm calling hypes. This is items that you're excited to find, elements of role play that you're excited to learn about, anything you really want your character to do, anything you really want to see. Basically, anything you're excited about that you would like to see included in the game that you think I would need to know about. Fighting dinosaurs, very good. A very good start.
That's the only thing I know about this module. We fight dinosaurs at some point.
You certainly can. You can also
Whoever
run away.
put that in would have loved my skeleton velociraptors.
Oh, that was
in
me.
Curse of Strahd.
I did love them.
All right.
Yeah, I generally don't have like anything I'm uncomfortable with in role-playing games, or not that I've found so far. So,
All right, that's good.
I'll leave that space blank.
That's very fair.
I just like cockroaches. Like,
Oh,
if you don't
okay.
describe cockroaches in
Okay.
excruciating detail, I'd be fine. If you say there's a cockroach, that's fine. But if you like, I just don't know why. I viscerally just don't like cockroaches.
That's very fair. I'm going to
I
add
mean,
one
they
here.
are kind of nasty.
Yeah,
Very
and also
nasty.
the thought of them being basically immortal upsets me.
Has anyone seen
yes.
that? Has anyone seen Wendell and Wild?
What's that? Sorry.
Wendell and Wild.
No. What's it?
It's a stop motion like Halloween movie. There's this awful scene where they crush a bug, like a bug
Oh.
the size of like a birthday cake, and
Oh,
then
right.
they keep reviving it over and over again and keep crushing it.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's in stop motion as well, so it's like very real.
That's not great.
Hi.
I'm actually going to add, I'm adding two here. The other one is animal abuse. I'm not a big fan of either.
Oh yeah, no, I don't
Yeah.
like that.
Bad things happen. It's a realistic world. But if it is going to happen, I'm going to be brief about it. I don't like to dwell on it, and I don't like to do it without a purpose. One of the reasons I stopped watching Stranger Things is because they killed the house cat in season 2 and made a joke out of it, and I was just like, that served no purpose.
Yeah.
It's needlessly
Is there
cruel.
is there a better way to type on Roll20? Because do I have to hold down left click as I type, or
You can go to the paint tool. It's the third one down on the toolbar. One of them is text, and then you just click. Left click
It's a
where you want to type.
When
The
the site
second
works,
one.
because I have to reload
Second
the
one.
page and then it works for one
Yeah, it's
thing and
being
then doesn't
weird.
work anymore.
Is it broken?
Yeah.
I have to hold down the.
no.
I have that option open, but I have to hold it down in
I
order
have
to
to
try
hold it
anything.
down.
That's
It's
weird.
working for me.
Jesus.
Yeah, like it looked like you did it quite easily, so
Roll 20
there must be some option that I.
is being dumb, I guess.
Just tell me what you want to write, and I'll write it down for you.
There's nothing much like veils. I
Cockroaches,
mean,
right?
like typical stuff. Cockroaches, like just not in excruciating detail. They could be there.
Gotcha.
Not big fan of child abuse.
Okay.
That can definitely be a
that's very
theme,
fair,
but
too.
but I don't like excruciating detail over that.
Yeah.
Essentially,
That's
yeah.
entirely
Otherwise,
fair.
I'm easy.
Well, it's not so much about being easy. It's about knowing what colors I can paint with and what colors I need to be careful about, which is why we call it a palette.
And I can't think of
unless-
anything right now, but obviously I'll make sure you're aware of anything.
Yeah.
So.
Unless I forget.
We are the
we'll,
opposite.
sorry, yeah.
Right, we are the opposite group that does unnecessary killing / murder hoboness. But as Curse of Shad, we found every excuse not to kill someone.
Yeah. It was a little
Yes.
frustrating, but also very good.
I have found my new RP hole as characters that really don't like fighting if it's not necessary, and questioning why
Yeah.
you just kill everyone at the end of combat instead of just saying, "There's no reason to kill him.
Get
Just
outta here."
Capture him and tell him to fuck off."
Yeah.
Do you have to kill the bandits, or can you just take away their weapons and tell them to fuck off?
All right.
And it's a lot of fun when you just don't murder everyone. For no reason.
Also, if you don't kill the bandits, they may come back later as funny NPCs.
Also that, yes.
With syphilis.
Or three times.
Yeah, with syphilis.
Well, you see, I got syphilis, and then I started my own donut chain.
Diva,
It's actually turning around.
Okay. Well, I don't
Wait,
see
what's
any
that a reference to?
Critical Role, isn't it?
I don't
Yeah.
think the bandits have syphilis.
No, the joke.
They're
is that,
called.
There
Yeah,
now.
they
Oh,
They
they,
don't,
pretended
but-
they had
yeah, they pretended they had
syphilis.
Yeah.
syphilis the first
Yeah.
time. Okay. I don't see anybody else typing. I intend to leave this palette up between sessions, so during the week you can throw anything up while you're being unobserved. That is a-okay. I will try and remember to check it before the start of each session. If I fuck up, please remember I am a person. I have the best of intentions, but I am sometimes a little absent-minded. I obviously safety stuff more important than other things. I put more effort into that. But just in general, it isn't personal if I forget something about your backstory. I do care about you guys, and I care about this game a lot. I just have a brain that sometimes is not very cooperative. I think that's the last thing I need to get out of the way. Is there any questions, comments, or anything of that sort to get out before we start session 1?
don't think so.
I'm just excited to play.
Okay. In that case, we can begin. So, session 1.
My cat is here to listen.
It has been so long since I've ran D&D. It's been 2 months. I'm so rusty.
Diva, I don't mind you going on the table. I do mind you getting scared and kicking everything over.
It's just what
Oh,
cats do.
yes.
We love cats.
We are actually going
She
to open
doesn't go
on
there.
your character, Guy.
Oh, fuck, what? Okay.
Yeah. It is dawn on the sea. You have been sailing for a while. It's been a number of weeks now. Well, maybe not a number of weeks. It's been a while anyway. You can see land up ahead. The ship you are on is called Gull's Folly. It is a cargo ship carrying a bunch of things. You booked passage fairly cheaply. You've been sleeping on the deck so that you don't have to spend a lot of money to share crew quarters downstairs. And you're finally arriving at your destination. You can see Port Nyanzaru shining ahead of you. You see a tropical city shining under a blazing sun. Even from this distance, you can hear the sounds of a harbor. You can hear people cheering and yelling at one another. You can hear the creaking of ropes, the slapping of waves against hulls, heavy barrels rolling across cobblestones, and just the aroma of unfamiliar spices, rotting fish, and alcohol just accosting your nose as you're pulling into the bay here. Port Nyanzaru itself, it's a beautiful mix of ancient old buildings, these massive ziggurat type structures, lots of pyramids, surrounded by much newer buildings that are made out of washed plaster that is covered in very bright colored murals, and the upper floors of all of these have bamboo palisades for the upper floors, and there are massive windows everywhere to allow the breeze to sweep through these buildings. It is very much a temperate coastal city in every sense of the word. As you pull in, you can see on either side of the bay, as the ship pulls in, there are two very large buildings where you can see the bases of a massive chain dangling out. This chain appears to cross underneath the entire front of this bay, a whole kilometer across to the other tower on the opposite side. You would guess this chain is maybe 50 feet across. It is massive, and it dangles right into the water itself. The other noteworthy feature as you pull into the bay, there's a large statue standing in the middle of the bay. It depicts a glorious, kingly-looking figure. He has a large, tall, oval shield with the print of animal fur on it. It looks like leopard. He's made entirely of bronze, so it's mainly done through engraving. He carries a very large spear in one hand, and he is bedecked in just oodles and oodles of jewelry in this bronze statuary. And he wears a loincloth around his waist of animal furs. He peers out imperiously at incoming ships, of which you are on one. And there's just this sense of pride in his face as you enter the bay. And the ship pulls into dock. What are you doing at this time on the ship?
Yeah, probably. What I named the character again? I remember not. Olaf will just be sort of stretching out, making sure he's got everything in his little duffel bag, like rucksack that he brings with him. He'll be saying goodbye to some of the crew members. Tell me if that prosthetic works out, Jacobs. As he just notices one of the crew members' prosthetics he took interest in while he was on the ship. And he'll saying his goodbyes, being relatively friendly, before he sort of tosses his bag onto the docks and jumps down, waving goodbye to the captain, who he shared quite a few conversations over a bit of rum with.
Oh, for sure.
And definitely trying to scope out the area, trying to find what resources he can make good of. Any blacksmiths in the area, or anywhere that can give him, like anywhere that seem to provide maps or guides of the local area.
Perfect. So Captain Kaz, who is a silver dragonborn, will wave at you as you go, and he'll say, "Thank you for the games. Remember, check in with the Temple of Gond if you're looking for craftsmen."
Thanks again. And with a smile, he'll adjust the goggles on his forehead and sort of step into the city. I assume it's very busy and
it is
quite a diverse group of folks.
The harbor is a hustle and a bustle. As I said, you can smell the scent of fish up ahead. The fish market isn't too far from here. As you're looking around the city, the horizon is dominated by 4 very tall hills with different types of buildings on them. One is very clearly a temple of some kind. Another is a palace. And then another hill on the far side is another temple. And then there's a colosseum of some sort on the other hill. As you move and make your way through the city, you remember the other thing that the crew told you. The crew likes to drink at a local tavern called the Thundering Lizard. So if you want to hang out with the crew while they're here in port, the Thundering Lizard is the place to go. And they also told you about the Temple of Gond, which you're welcome to go around and ask questions after if you would like.
Did they say that there would be accommodation at the Thundering Lizard?
You would have to pay for it.
Yeah. He'll inquire about that. He'll head to the Thundering Lizard so he can maybe get some kind of base of operations before he starts exploring the city.
So they told you that the Thundering Lizard is in the Red Bazaar. So by asking around, you can absolutely get directions to the Red Bazaar. You come to a place. It is very clearly a market. Actually, let's get a map up here while we're here, so you guys can have a look, an aerial view of what you're looking at.
First map of the game.
First map of the game. So.
Oh God, it's big.
Yeah, sorry. I did not optimize these, so I didn't think about it until last night when I did not have enough time to shrink it.
Am I alright to plot my token on, or would that really make sense?
If you want to.
I like just knowing where I am in the city. It's good.
I'm going to ping right
I
here
can do
in the harbor ward. If you
Yeah,
can see my
I
ping.
just plopped it. I can't seem to. Oh, that's because I have the text. Yeah, I see it. Just trying to.
Yeah,
there we
we
go.
go. Yeah, so you arrived right in the harbor ward. You know that they were going to go and talk to the harbor master to make sure that everything was all ready to go. So you're not likely to find anybody from the crew at the Thundering Lizard, but it's a great place to go to get yourself set up. I just need to remember where the Red Bazaar is, so I can direct you there, because you are about to run into another character. Red Bazaar. Where's the red? There it is. It is down here.
Yep.
So.
There. Where
Yeah,
I'm
there you go.
in purple.
Yeah, so you make your way through the city. You encounter a bunch of people. This is a hustle and bustle type city. It's not quite as big as Neverwinter, where you're from, but it is decently populated. There's a decent amount of people here. You also spent time in Waterdeep, right?
Yeah, both.
Yeah, so this is tiny compared to Waterdeep, but it's decent.
Being very friendly on the way, sort of encouraging people during their day's work and so on. Just seeing if he can just be affable while he's in the city.
Yeah. Another neat thing you notice while walking through the city, there's a race of people that you haven't encountered a lot in your time in the north. There are what seem to be cats standing upright on 2 feet, playing musical instruments on street corners. They're wearing really brightly colored clothes like everybody else around here. Many of them are drinking and laughing with one another. Of course, being from metropolitan areas, you're not too surprised. But it would seem that Tabaxi call this place home as well, as all of the other typical elves, dwarves, humans, and whatnot that you find. So you make your way down to the Red Bazaar. You come into a open air market that is mostly selling meat. There are very large chunks of flesh that are being hacked up by various vendors, and you can see immediately why this place is called the Red Bazaar. Running down the center of this market, this T-shaped market, are these very large drainage troughs that are just slick with red blood from all of the butchering that goes on here. The whole place has quite a distinctive smell of meat. You are making your way through here, and we encounter 2 characters who are currently having a bit of an altercation. You see up ahead of you, there is a large golden dragonborn who is flanked by a number of guards. He is confronting a curious-looking pair of people, a tiefling, and what appears to be some sort of half-elf or maybe human. He is speaking down to them quite imperiously. Let me just double-check my notes here to see what he's saying. He says, "I don't care what you say your business is. We have heard that a suspicious person, a known thief and troublemaker, has been looking around the docks, lurking to steal magical items. You match that description exactly." He points at the human-shaped woman in front of him. "We're merely questioning you. We don't mean to charge you with anything."
I don't give a fuck what you want. I've not done anything wrong.
"Listen, we had a tip dropped by a very influential person in the city. One of the merchant princes themselves learned that there was someone coming after his goods. You match that description. Please, come with us. We simply want to question you on what you're doing in our city."
Look, I got to yesterday. I don't have time for all of this. There are things we need to do.
He sighs and grabs his brow. How is Hope reacting to all of this?
Annoyed. But he lets his sister do the talking when it's her situation that's going on.
Right.
My dear sir, my sister has nothing to do with whatever this thievery is. She's not a thief.
He's going to frown down at you and he's going to say, "And you're a suspicious type, aren't you?"
I'm a
Hey,
bard.
you're fucking
storyteller.
racist. Just because, fuck you.
Just because I have purple skin.
No,
I'm-
no,
Guys.
that's not what I meant at all.
You know what ozone smells like?
He says, as a matter of fact, I do.
I hope I wasn't expecting that. People don't usually know what it smells like.
So they are in the middle of this conversation. He is trying to get you to come with him, despite not having any reason to charge you at the moment.
Yeah, you,
on
you
a
can see that,
anonymous tip.
like, Elspeth's hair is going to stand on end and the little arcs of lightning coursing through it. As she's just getting increasingly irate at this guy trying to basically arrest them for nothing.
Yep.
I'll
the
arrest
midst-
you. I'm fine.
Yeah.
What was the name of your character again, Guy? Because I had it down as Bjorn, but you said something different earlier.
Oh yeah, I changed it. It's Olaf now.
Olaf, okay. I'm just going to fix that real quick. No, I can't do that
Yeah,
on,
no
Google,
worries.
on Google Docs. Olaf, what is Olaf going to do with this situation? Are you going to steer clear, or are you going to try to join and talk things through?
Well, no. The third option was very impulsively grab like their hands and run in the other direction.
Oh,
and
that's
just
entirely
avoid
fair
the
too, yeah.
situation.
Do a
That would be the most impulsive thing to do.
Yeah,
Rather than just get into a fight, just seeing that things are about to go south, try to lead these two new strangers who could look like potential friends.
yeah.
Because he obviously overheard that they just came here, so
Yep.
they both have that nouveau quality. So he's going to. Is there anything around that I could potentially create a distraction with?
Yeah. There are
Yeah.
many things.
market.
There are stalls of various meats along either side of this street. The street itself is about 20 feet across. There's room for 2 carts to go side by side as well as walkers by. There's one cart in particular. It doesn't seem entirely sanitary. It is a cart that is just piled high with manure, and it is walking straight down the middle of this passageway here.
Okay, I have
I'll
a big
get to you Mia in
plan.
a second. I have one more thing. Sorry, Mia distracted me with
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I do know how you're going to come into this, Mia. Because this cart is being driven by another peculiar sight that you're not particularly familiar with. There appears to be some variety of gnome that is directing the dinosaur pulling this cart. There's a very large allosaurus pulling this cart of dung through the meat district. Levi, you have been given this wonderful task by your taskmaster, whose name I can pull up for you here right now. Osawishi. Osawishi has sent you to carry this bunch of dung for the dinosaur pens over to the dye works so that they can develop it into a set of dyes and chemicals and whatnot. So you are pulling this, helping this Allosaurus pull this cart of dung through the city when you encounter this event before you.
I have a devious plan.
Okay.
The devious plan is to get a mallet, strike one of the wagon wheels of this cart,
Okay.
and let the
wow.
dung fly over the guards as we make an
Okay.
escape.
Okay. This is an interesting development. By the way, Hana, you're muted if you're talking.
I know this is very impulsive. And I don't want to just
Yeah.
rush into things. Is everyone okay with this? Is this sort of see how it goes?
We're figuring this
Yeah?
out.
Yeah. So Olaf
So-
is going to take one of the ingots from his belt
Yep.
and then casually walk over as it slowly transmogrifies into a mallet. And he's just going to quickly, with a swift strike, just strike right at one of the axle of the wagon wheel
All right.
to basically try and break it off.
All right. Well, I'm not going to let that go by uncontested. Levi, how strongly do you feel protective of your cart as this strange fellow comes over with a hammer appearing in his hand?
That's a good question. What's in my cart?
It's a big old pile of dinosaur poop. OC. No, what was his name? God damn it! I had to make this name up because there wasn't one.
Osiwasa or Osiasa or something?
Suasa.
There we go. Osawishi. I'm gonna
I
type
got that
that.
completely wrong.
I'm gonna type that in here so I don't forget again. Osawisi.
Well, I'm probably gonna pull my flail up and at the very least stand up in the seat and look down at this person approaching me.
Yeah.
To figure out what he's planning on doing.
Yeah, so this tiny blue gnome in their seat stands up and points at you as you're approaching. Olaf?
Yeah, I'm assuming they make eye contact with me.
Absolutely.
Okay, Olaf not gonna rush into things, even though he's a bit thingy, he's gonna try and make a friend. He'll come over to the person nonchalantly, just sort of trying to appear like an observer, like outsider to the confrontation between the guards and the two other characters. I don't think they've been introduced by name yet. Oh, Elspeth and they have Elspeth and Hope, and sort of say, I appreciate you doing your job, but just seeing if I maybe can get some new friends out of the situation. Sort of gesturing over with his mallet.
Hope raises an eyebrow.
Sorry, there's an echo going on. Trying to figure out why that's happening.
Discord is
Wait,
as broken.
is it going through my mic?
No, it's
Yeah,
probably
it's going through yours.
Yeah.
Oh, I have Riley muted.
Yeah, it's
and they're in a different
I have
room.
my microphone muted.
I'll try to figure that out. Give me a
Sorry. Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's just distracting me.
My audio's
so
coming on my monitor. That's why it should be fixed now.
Okay.
Okay. So I feel like I'm watching this situation, seeing what's happening and everything. How invested am I in this poop? Like,
Well, that's up to you.
okay.
You have a job to do, obviously. Once a week, you take the most premium of dung that you've collected from the dinosaur pits, and you take it up to the dye works to be turned into some of the very bright colored fabrics that you see everybody walking around with.
How does that work?
Magic. Just go with it. So that's entirely up to you.
I mean, we turn dead dinosaurs into...
That's gasoline, yeah. You're not wrong.
Oh, true.
What are you going to give me if I help you out with this poop? Because like, this is a good job, you know? And like, I got to have a reliable source of income. Like, we live in a capitalist society. Like, you gotta give me something for this, buddy.
I am getting a bit of echo off of Hannah's mic, or Hannah's mic. I don't know what the deal is with that.
I should have fixed my thing.
It's
so
definitely, it's only when Hannah's talking, so it's definitely...
Well, I heard everything they said, though.
I did as well.
So,
it's just for the sake of recording, or listening back to the recording later.
Yeah.
It may be a little irritating.
I'm not hearing the echo anymore.
It might just be me. I'm going to disconnect and
Yeah,
reconnect and see if that's
I don't
fixed.
know the...
All right, let's see.
Gotta love technology.
Gee.
It's better.
The
It's better.
future.
We'll go with it.
Okay,
Okay, sorry for interrupting.
Olaf, Olaf is just sort of raise an eyebrow and just say, well, if I'm going to get friends out of this, I think you will too. And thinking myself do a bit of adventuring. Jungle has something I need. Maybe something you need too. And I think it's a bit more exciting than shoveling the manure.
I'm sold. What do you want to do?
Well, I think that we make those cards a little bit stinky and a bit distracted.
Fantastic. I would direct whatever's pulling the cart toward the guards, give him a nice slap on the rump, and then hop off the cart as it hurtles forward.
Hey, beautiful. So I will drop a picture of the animal that is pulling your cart. Unless, no, I don't have one.
Dinosaur!
I don't have a picture. It's an Allosaurus, which is the big tall ones that are on two legs with a big bill off the back of their head. Yeah. You give this Allosaurus a nice smack on the rump, and the cart begins hurtling towards Elspeth and Hope.
Sorry, could I have preemptively done something to one of the axles to hopefully make sure that it sort of breaks off and then just manures the entire guards?
Gotcha. Yeah. Give me a dexterity sleight of hand check as you try to break the axle in such a way. It's more about your precision than it is your strength here.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. I think it's a 0, so it's just be a straight roll.
You know,
I rolled a
16 isn't bad. 16 isn't bad. You hit this axle. Levi gives the Allosaurus a nice smack on the rump. This cart begins hurtling towards them. And now we come to our final character, Lucia. I don't know. Actually, I should ask. Does Lucia eat meat? No.
She does if it's like needed.
Okay.
As in, she doesn't have anything else, but if possible, she doesn't.
Okay. I will say Grandfather Zatembe does like meat a lot. And if you would like, maybe Grandfather Zatembe sent you in to pick up a nice piece of steak for him tonight, because he's doing some divination to help out in your quest.
Oh, sure.
If you're all right with that.
A nice dino steak.
Yeah, because you happen to be directly across from all of this scenario, doing some shopping of your own. Let's get a perception check from Lucia. Our little wayfish drow hiding from the bright sunlight.
Let's see. Perception is so far down. Up.
Ooh, yeah, 19. So you hear this commotion coming off. You were aware of the altercation between the harbor master and these two newcomers. You hear the dinosaur coming rushing towards you. You hear some shouts of alarm as the cart begins braking and sliding and skidding in space. You turn around to look all of this, and you catch sight of a figure standing atop one of the adjacent buildings. This figure, who is cloaked, which is weird for the hot temperatures. Not many people are fully cloaked and disguised in this way. This figure points down at the cart as it skids across all of you, and a bolt of fire shoots out of this character's fingertip and strikes the manure cart right as it comes close to you. I'm going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw. I will give you advantage because you saw that it was coming.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. However,
Does the manure explode because it got hit by fire?
it's very methane-filled manure, yes. I'm also going to need a saving throw from Hope and Elspeth.
Yeah,
I made a grave error.
Oh.
Dexterity.
Oh, that's a 10 from Elspeth. Not great.
Nope.
Okay. Oh, you guys are very lucky. So,
That couldn't kill me.
yep. Lucia and Hope, you're only going to take 3 points of fire damage. Elspeth, you're going to take all 6. As this cart of manure explodes in front of you. The guards shout and begin scattering, and the harbor master is coughing and bloviating to himself. Chaos and hell has broken loose. How do you guys respond to this explosion of manure in the middle of very unsanitary working conditions?
The cabbages!
Disgusting. Oh my God, Hope, let's go, please. And I'm going to start running.
Looking at Levi, Olaf is just going to... I mean, that wasn't supposed to happen. And is going to run in the direction of Hope and Elspeth, seeing if they can tag along.
I'm just going to, behind us, I'm going to... form in my hands a little storm cloud, throw it behind me, and it expands, and I'll cast fog cloud to cover it.
Sure. You can see that the Allosaurus that had broken free of the cart is now a little bit on fire on his rump and has begun rampaging. This is a very large animal. It is headed off in one direction, so you do clearly have a distraction, and you can cast fog cloud around yourselves.
I reach out and grab Elspeth's hand and tug her along as we run.
Fantastic. So we're going to make a break for it.
As we go as well, I'll cast Healing Hands on Hope.
Okay.
Thanks. I didn't need that much healing. I think it would have been better served on yourself.
We get a Healing Hands, and then we continue on our way. Are you guys going to try to stay together with one another as you run?
I mean, we're not aware
That's true.
Yeah, us two are, but we're not aware of the other lot.
Yeah, I
think.
guess
Yeah.
at present we have 3 sort of groupings going on here. So we have Hope and Elspeth. You created your fog cloud. Do you have an idea where you're running to? You arrived before dawn this morning on a ship that was right ahead of Olaf's. You arrived at the dock. You were also told that there were 2 taverns that you could possibly find bedding in, one of which was the aforementioned the Thundering Lizard. There was also a slightly pricier one called... What is it called?
The cheap one?
Well, the cheap one is the Thundering Lizard.
No. When we heard about the 2, Hope would have been like, the cheap one?
Yeah.
The cheap one.
The cheap one.
Yeah, the cheap one.
There's also the Raya's House of Repose is the other one. It's more expensive.
Fancy.
Yeah, we might be able to
Uh,
earn ourselves some keep by providing entertainment.
So, if you were looking for a place to hide, that's where you were headed. You know where it is, unlike Olaf, who was interrupted by being a hero. Where would you guys run to?
Probably Elspeth's thinking, I don't want to go to the cheap one, but it's going to be more populated, so it'll be easier to hide. So she's going to say to Hope, okay, there's going to be more people in the cheaper one. Let's head there. We went in. And she's going to put the hood up on her cloak.
Beautiful. Any particular image that you would like to change your cloak to?
I think before now it's been like a nice blue to white gradient with the white ending at the bottom. It's going to be now trying to like stay out of sight, so like gray thunderclouds slowly like roiling over the cloud.
Nice. It blends in perfectly with the fog cloud that you set out. So the 2 of you duck away. Levi and Olaf, what are you guys going to do in response to this explosion?
I'm going to try and bolt, at least this is what I'm going to do, try and bolt in the same direction that I see the other 2 that we were trying to rescue going, and see if I can at least see where they're going and try to follow them there. I'll be able to recognize them later, won't I?
Yeah, I imagine so.
If we get separated, yeah.
Yeah.
They
was
seem
the same
distinct
thing I
about
was
as
gonna ask.
characters.
Gotcha.
Since they
I
were
am
separate,
very
they
distinctive.
probably be
I have
outside.
horns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like whenever I lose my dad in like a shopping mall, like look for the tall ginger guy.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like look for the horns.
Look for the tall guy with horns.
I'm also 6'2" without the horns.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I'm very big.
Yeah, folk around
Very
here,
fair.
folk around here are around 5'10" is most humans of Chult. So you are well head above everybody.
I mean, everyone's bigger than me, so
There you go. Yeah. Nothing new for Levi.
Actually, yeah, you're a gnome, right?
So the last question, since we know, sorry, I interrupted you, Guy.
Oh, I was literally about to ask about Mia's character.
Yeah, that was my last question. So Lucia, you caught sight of that mysterious figure blowing up the manure cart. You succeeded, right? So
Yeah, I think so.
yeah, you weren't knocked off your feet or anything, but it did feel targeted. She waited until the cart was almost touching you to blow it up.
Me?
Yeah, this mysterious figure.
Why me?
The shot was right when it was passing by you on the street.
Knowing Lucia, I likely realized that Elspeth and can't see the name in the thingy, so I
Hope.
went to Elspeth and Hope.
Yeah.
Got hit by the blast as well, especially Elspeth, and try to go towards them and see if she can help them in any way.
All right. In that
or if
case,
they're too hurt. And then the fog cloud just suddenly appears.
yeah. In that case, we would all convene over at the Thundering Lizard. So the Thundering Lizard is a pretty lively place. You see that there are 2 Tabaxi minstrels already at work here. They're up at the front of the house. They're playing a pair of instruments with one another. One of them is playing a lute. The other one is playing a bagpipe. It is quite a ruckus. You enter and you can see that there's a good 30 people in here. It is quite packed. Maybe more like 40 people. So you can very easily try to blend in. We'll say for the sake of the game, you haven't purchased any rooms yet, so we'll do all that in game.
Yeah.
So we arrive probably more or less at the same time. Feel free to roleplay as you wish. There is a barkeep. There's a number of people milling about. there are folks of all kinds, but it's unlikely people will talk to you unless you make a scene.
Yeah. I think Elspeth will go and find a table, and if Hope follows, she'll just start like wiping the soot and manure off her cloak, and just say, "Fucking why are people like this? Like, what did we do to him? I'm obviously. What are the chances that some other bitch with white hair and purple eyes comes through and steals from the dock?
I mean, obviously, there's another one somewhere.
Yeah, and then I bet it was fucking. And then fucking fireball coming out of nowhere and shit. Actual
I mean,
shit.
that was helpful in a weird way. It allowed us to escape.
I suppose it was.
Olaf is going to try and get a tray of beers.
Yeah.
Probably just a few, and then sort of slide himself onto the table, just to be very casual, like the same table as Elspeth and Hope.
Do you intend to pay for those?
Hello.
Oh yeah, he'll pay for them.
I will get pricing. I have my... where is it?
Fuck, did I have my starting gold?
You should.
It's just the vanilla starting gold, no specific one, right?
Yeah.
Or,
I would have allowed you to roll your starting wealth, or you just take whatever the starting gold is for your class background. I don't have my DM screen. It's over there on the other side of the room, so I don't remember how much alcohol costs.
I believe it's 2 silver per picture. I have my DM screen there actually.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind.
No.
Hey, that's the same one I have.
Thing of having so many DMs.
It's the
I don't
default
have a
one.
DM screen yet, actually. Oh, I did not choose a background because I didn't like any of them.
Oh, that's fair.
A gallon of ale is 2 silver, a mug is 4 copper.
Okay, so you're probably looking at maybe 6 silver altogether.
Yeah.
No, if you get 1 gallon, that's a bunch of people.
Yeah, I'm saying just
So
like
it's-
the
just
gallon
the
and
one.
a
That's a
few
good rate.
mugs.
You want to be cheap about it. Okay.
I mean,
A mug is
I'll buy
4
another
copper.
if they're my friends.
No worries. Yeah, 2 silver. Then. So
Would
for
I
your
be able to
starting
roll
gold,
for my gold now just to
yeah, absolutely.
I guess that's enough for 5 people.
There
actually.
are 2 backgrounds that are in this book that I forgot to tell you guys about in the Session 0 document.
Yep.
It's archaeologist and anthropologist. Neither of them would really fit your background. Guild
Yeah,
artisan
oh,
honestly would make the
pretty
most
cool.
sense.
Yeah, I'm just gonna choose that one because that
Yeah.
one seems like the.
It also has the most gold, so you're good.
Oh, fair. I
Yeah.
get to choose another language, Dwarvish.
Yeah.
Sorry, let's
As-
just quickly go through this.
Yep.
But how much gold does that give me?
I think it's like 3d10 or something like that.
If you roll for gold is with your class. If you roll for it, it's instead of yourself.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah.
So you get each background gives you some gold. But yeah.
I can't see how much this gives me, but
If you're a monk, you don't get to roll. You just get low mod. Oh, I
Yeah.
think it was like 5d4 or something.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
you come from
nothing.
a pretty wealthy crafting family. We'll just say you've got 30 gold. Just sitting around.
okay.
You can have
Fair.
that divided in as much change as you would like, but you've got about 30 gold on you.
what class are you?
That
I
is-
think
that is
as
a great
you
question.
I'll just put that on my sheet quickly.
as
Yeah,
you sit
sorry.
down with these this picture of ale, Elspeth will just say, "I have a boyfriend. Sorry."
Not my intent. Just thought you might want to drink after that chase.
Oh, you saw?
I may or may not have had some hand in causing it. Not the explosion. I didn't expect the explosion to happen, to be honest.
Yeah, you see, she's about to explode on you when you say you caused it, and then when you say you didn't have a thing in the explosion, she kind of cools down a bit. Well,
Well, thanks for the save, I
Okay.
guess.
I guess I should thank you. Yeah, but
I thought I could make
where
some
did
friends.
where did the fire come from?
I have no idea. I assume Levi's with me as well.
One would assume.
Trying to Levi's. Did you happen to see how exactly it exploded? Because I don't think dinosaurs. I haven't even seen them before. Dinosaur poop is particularly spontaneously combusting.
Cat.
hasn't happened so far, but you never know. I wouldn't have seen anything, right? I was probably watching the cart.
The only one that spotted the figure would have been Lucia, because she's particularly perceptive.
So then I, shrug, shake my head, go back to being silent.
Yeah.
I think I would join the table about now.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, you're very fast.
I slide over a monk.
Really? That's...
Are you okay? I saw you got caught in that explosion.
I'm fine.
Well enough.
Oh, thank God.
A little worse for wear. Slightly, I could use a shower.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyone have prestidigitation?
That explosion, there was someone and they fired a firebolt. It looked like they were trying to get me. I don't know why though. Sorry, I don't want to drag you into stuff like this. Sorry.
This is an odd crew of random strangers.
Yes, none of you are with the town guard, right? So whatever. Do I know who they were, Spencer?
Yeah. So the Gold Dragonborn introduced himself to you as Zindar, the Harbor Master. He would have told you that he doesn't generally involve himself with stuff like this, but this came directly from Wakanga Atamu, who is somebody of special significance in the city.
How do you... Where,
oh, sorry, I will type that. Wakanga Otamo, I think, with an O. If I can find it. No, with a U. There we go. Otamu. Wakanga Otamu. Yeah, he said he's the harbor master, doesn't usually involve himself with this stuff like this, but Wakanga Otamu himself received an anonymous tip that a magical troublemaker who was known to steal magic items was going to be in town, and he had a special shipment coming in, and he needed to make sure that everything was okay. And you happen to match that description exactly. A tall woman with white hair and purple eyes.
This was Delvin. I think I've been framed or something, but yeah, none of you work with the Harbour Master?
I just got off a boat today.
No.
I deliver dino poop.
I'll say to...
Used to deliver dino poop.
I'll say to Olaf, obviously none of us are from... we don't look like we're from around there, but you look like you're from the Sword Coast.
That's true, taking a big gulp of his ale.
Whereabouts?
I was spending some time in... did I say Waterdeep or Baldur's Gate? I think it was Baldur's Gate.
It might have been Baldur's Gate. I read everybody's things last night, so they're a little blurred in my brain.
My thing is that I have two different locations, one where he's from and one where his uncle
it might have been Baldur's Gate, actually. I'm thinking of Neverwinter for... it might be... Hope and Elspeth's background. My apologies.
That's fine. I'm just going to try and find my doc that I sent you. Or did I send it to you as raw text? I sent you a raw text.
Yeah.
Okay, he was working in Waterdeep. He's from Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, you're from Baldur's Gate originally. Yep.
Yeah. I'm from Baldur's Gate originally, but I spent some time working with my uncle in Waterdeep.
All right. This is my brother Hope. I'm Elspeth. We're from Neverwinter.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think I've been down there.
Oh, fair.
You know what I mean.
From Waterdeep? I didn't expect someone to find someone so close from home here.
Oh. Yeah, you're from Waterdeep then?
Not quite, but my family has their farm close-ish to Waterdeep, like an hour away.
Oh, that's nice. If it wasn't obvious from, everything on my person, I'm a blacksmith or a smithy. But got a few tricks up my sleeve.
All right. Levi, you don't know where any of these places are. Never heard of any of these.
They don't know that.
That's fair. Levi is inscrutable.
Levi just says, "I'm Levi."
There you go.
Nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet
Yes.
you.
We concocted that plan and I never learned your name.
In the heat of the moment, it's hard to exchange names as you're sending dino poop to run over some guards.
Why did you try to run over the guards with a cart full of poo?
Oh, well, you've met sort of town guards before. They're quite insistent and typically make a distraction, run away. Good idea.
Normally
Let's
you
be honest.
answer the questions
Guards are
and they
bastards.
don't bother you that much.
A gab.
Hey, Gab, indeed. What were you saying, Meg?
Just that normal, you just follow their orders and answer their questions, and then they just leave you alone. I mean,
That's
unless
how
you
it's-
do something wrong.
Unless you
Well, I
got
haven't
things to
done
do.
anything wrong.
We're really just minding our business, walking from the harbor to the just around, really. We're just looking for, what are we looking for?
Work? A woman says, as a figure approaches behind the two of you. You can look up, and this woman who's interrupting you, you recognize her, Levi. She is one of the bookies over for the dino races. She manages some of the lower end bets. She's not particularly high up in the ranks of things, but she smiles down at you, Levi, and she says, if I can find her name, I can tell you what her name is. There we go. She says, my name is Kalua. I happen to see what you got involved in, Levi, and I can make sure that Uishi does not find out about it. If you give me a hand, if you're looking for work, that is.
And what can I help you with this time, Kalua? Gotta ask, is she coffee flavored?
She is dark skinned. She wears some loose fitting leathers that are nice and airy, and she carries a wooden club at her side, a truncheon that has metal rivets. They're like these little metal round bits that have been driven into the wood. A truncheon is a type of weapon. Anyway, you would know her. She's not the best sort of bookie. Things don't generally work out in her favor. And you may have a bit of a history. That's entirely up to you. But yeah, she's just going to smile at you and say, I need some help collecting a debt. A certain Taban owes me something in the realm of 500 gold pieces. I haven't quite been able to locate him myself, but since you guys are okay with having fights in the middle of the street, I figure maybe I give you 10% of whatever you can get off of him, and I'll take the rest.
Exactly call what happened having a fight in the street more a flaming shit wagon.
That said, I am more than down for beating people up for money.
She says, oh, I don't care particularly how you get the money out of him. I need it, you know. I've got debts to pay, and now I have something on you, Levi. She taps her nose.
Any leads?
I know he likes to hang out in the Tairiki anchorage down on the east side.
Place to start.
A place to
I mean,
start.
I'm always eager to make some coin. We've already discussed it's expensive to live here.
She nodded. She
I'll
says,
say... Oh, sorry, yeah.
no, it's okay. Go ahead.
I'll say in Celestial to hope, if we're going to want to go into the jungle, we're going to need some money. I don't want to I don't want to stay in this town more than I have to, but we need supplies, I think.
Oh, you're muted, Riley.
Unfortunately accurate, you're right. I'm also speaking in Celestial. Yeah, no, let's
You want
let's
to go
get
into
this
the
over
jungle?
with.
So Lucia says in common.
It's a private conversation.
Oh, oh
I speak in common.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What's
Kahlua
going
will-
on?
Sorry, Olaf.
Oh, no. Just a confusion of them speaking in a language he doesn't understand.
Gotcha. I was going to say Kahlua is going to finish off the banter with Levi by saying, and you know, the guards don't patrol outside the city walls. Tyriki Anchorage is a nice place to hunker down if you're looking to avoid scrutiny for a little while. I'm slipping into my Barovian. I intended to do sort of a pseudo South African, but I can't quite manage it.
Oh, no, South African accents are hard.
Yeah. But yes, so she will tell you that the Tyriki Anchorage and the other 3 old cities outside the city walls, they aren't patrolled. They don't bother putting guards out there. So if you're looking to lay low, it's a good place to be anyway.
What was this lady's name again?
Kahlua. I wrote it in the chat there.
Ah, okay.
She is a bookie in the that works in the dinosaur pens, which are down in the Tyriki Anchorage, which is where the dinosaur pens are. So Levi is Levi's home turf, more or less.
Could you just put the name of the person we're looking for?
Yeah, I can do that as well.
So I think I interrupted you, Abby, but I think we were both asking the same thing.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah. Tabin. He is a fighter from the pits. He is known to be a heavy drinker and gambler, but nobody's seen him in a couple days after his last bet went south. He's gone AWOL. The dinosaur races, there's one every week, so about every 10 days. There will be 3 races during the day. So he's been missing for about 9 days or so.
You just reminded me of the fucked up Forgotten Realms calendar with 10 days.
Yep.
I hate it.
It's probably more like 8 days. Since his bet went south, nobody's seen him for about 8 days.
Wow. Sounds like
a high risk.
Sorry, that was 2 at once.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I think if it's open to everyone, I'll take you up on that offer.
I go. Our sister does.
Kahlua nods. She says, this is good. Remember, I only need 500 gold, but whatever he has on him, take it. Take 10% off the top. You look like trustworthy folks. I get the rest.
Will do.
And if he's dead?
Well, we try not to kill people.
I'm not saying we're involved, but if he's missing for nearly a week and he has debts, he might be dead.
I mean,
Yeah, if he's already dead.
he could entirely be dead. Who knows? He could also have been sent up to Executioner's Run and just nobody's seen him yet.
Kahlua, my dear, you could have come to me sooner. 8 days, that's a cold trail.
I was
I'd
looking for
say
him myself.
we should be looking more at 15%.
Oh, Levi.
Oh, I like.
Make a
It's gonna
persuasion
be
check.
more work.
I'm already liking the fucking bartering that's going on.
Ooh,
Ooh.
good.
With that, she's gonna click her tongue. She's gonna say, "You know what? Fine. You keep 15%. As long as I get the rest of it. Frankly, I just need to close my own deals."
Of course, I would never cross with you. It's a dangerous path in this
Yes.
city.
I know you're a very responsible person who completes all of your tasks without fail and doesn't send a cart full of very expensive manure to blow up in a bunch of guards' faces.
It was fun.
I had some involvement in that. Don't give Levi all the credit.
I think you're admitting to a crime there.
Yeah, but they
Not that I care about the law, but Right.
Okay, let's see here. What else is there? Yeah, so she would say, last thing she would say, you might want to start looking for him in the Tyriki Anchorage, which is where his house was. I don't think there's any more information she would give you. Cities are big. Cities are big.
Do you have a
Hey,
favorite bar? Just a last question, really. Just
A favorite bar?
essentially. Yeah.
She says, this one, there's only two of note in the city.
Look like. That might help.
He's a very tall man, little over 6 feet tall.
Human, elf,
Human.
half elf.
Human, very strong, dark skin. He's a gladiator. He won't be unarmed.
All right. Dark-skinned, tall human.
Why don't we finish this drink and then look for him?
All right. So
Okay.
with that, you finish your drinks, and you can head off on your way.
Would that last about an hour so I can get a hit dice, roll a hit dice?
Yes, you can take a short rest here.
Would I be able to try and recover the metal from my mallet?
Yeah, roll a d20 for me.
Yep. Slash R, 1d20. Oh, okay,
Oh.
it becomes brittle.
It becomes a brittle, so it's stuck as a hammer.
Yep. You see, as Olaf is just the mallet in his hand slowly becomes to like more red hot, and it appears to be almost melting, but then goes back to its shape, but has some sort of surface level cracks on it now. He just sort of swears under his breath.
Did we establish how many ingots you were going to start with?
No.
I would.
You can decide that now,
Yeah.
if you like.
Why don't you roll me d4 plus 2?
Okay. Yeah. Slash R, 1d4. Okay, decent level of ingots.
Yeah, so
Okay,
you
so
started with
I
4.
have 3.
So you have 3
I have
left.
3 remaining.
And we'll say they're iron just for the sake of simplicity. But
Yeah.
You can pick up better or different stuff as you go.
Yeah, I will be scrounging metal if I need to.
Very good.
While we drink our beer, Hope probably drinks like 3 sips of his beer, and then hands the rest to somebody else who's more interested.
Very good.
Elspeth will take that.
Yeah, he like takes 3 sips and then kind of just like shoves
She's
it
already
over
got
his
her
sister.
hand. She's already got her hand out for it. She knows what's about to come.
Yep.
We grew up in a tavern and I never drink.
Yep.
While
Lucia would
everyone
like to go to the temple real quick to do the delivery and then come back because she feels like she owes the people a bit of help for the inconvenience of having poop all over them.
Absolutely. You can
While-
absolutely take everybody to the Temple of Savras. So do you want to head there after your short rest?
well,
Sorry.
yeah, I was.
Riley.
While we have our short rest, I'm. I started saying Volk. Hope. I've been playing Volk for 1.5 years.
Yeah.
Give me a break. Hope. Sorry.
Use your words.
Yeah.
Hope tells a little story about a little a persistent little mouse that gathers food for a meal and gets a really wonderful gathering of friends because each place it goes to find food ends up gathering a little friend, and so it ends up having like a whole feast instead of just a meager meal because everyone chips in.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed. Let's get a perception checks from everybody as Hope is telling the story.
It's very good at perception. I just
Yeah, no
play the
kidding.
wisdom characters again.
I
I'm
have
telling a
eyes.
story. I'm not paying attention to my surroundings.
Yeah, so Levi and Lucia, you see, as Hope is telling the story, you catch sight of a tabby hop up onto a table and begin eating somebody's fish right off their plate. Looks quite content with itself. It eyes you out of the corner of its eye, your group, but doesn't seem particularly too concerned with things. It is a cat that is familiar to you, Lucia.
Not a scotch. It gets up from the table. It goes over and picks it again. I'm so sorry. I will get you new dish. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Scotch meows at you, but doesn't seem too upset about anything. Scotch has been following you for a while. You know Scotch can take care of themselves. But yeah, Scotch will take anything you feed it. Feed them.
How much do I pay to get the person a new fish?
Probably didn't notice. It's a very drunk dwarf. He looks over. He says, "Oh, wee little kitty cat. Oh, that's so cute. Is this your cat?"
Well, it's my mom's.
Oh, he's adorable. He reaches out a very wide, stout finger to the cat, who just kind of eyes it suspiciously, and then turns around and sticks their butt at the dwarf. He says, "Oh, no worries. They're not all friendly." And he hiccups.
No, thank you. And have a nice day.
You too. Tall blue lady.
I'm not very tall. I'm 4'9".
He's like
Relatively.
he's a dwarf. He's 4'2".
I could be a tall dwarf lady compared to...
He thought you like a Svirfneblin or something.
Yeah. Also, I just realized I said it was dawn, so he's day drinking, and yeah, this guy's got a problem.
Yeah.
Maybe he
Fuck
works
that,
a
eh?
night shift.
That's a good point. Yeah. He returns to his meal, and Butterscotch has joined you, Lucia. I think Scotch probably arranges themselves as a scarf around your neck, keeping you warm.
Aw.
Yeah. So you just have a low-key rumble on the back of your neck as Scotch is purring.
Just purring in the neck.
Yep.
And you should give
So,
Scotch
yeah.
a bit of patties.
We're gonna start heading to this the Tricky
Yeah.
Anchorage.
Well, Lucia, how do you convince your new compatriots that they smell like shit and need a bath?
Elspeth used prestidigitation on the two of
Yeah.
us.
That's
I've
good.
been slowly removing the stink.
I kind of need to stop by the temple to...
Oh,
I was
don't-
on a delivery and I kind of need change of clothes.
don't worry about it. I can fix it up for you.
I mean, if we're also going to confront someone who's armed, I would like to not wear my cleric robes, but a bit more combat-oriented gear.
All right, so we can stop over there, I suppose. Let me get that for you though, and I'll kind of I'll just like lightly brush my hand against your clothes, and this like whole shock through your body as all the muck is just vaporized, and your clothes are now clean. Smell slightly acidy.
Helpful.
That's a weird smell. Thank you, though.
One thing that you would notice now that you've had a bit of time watching Elspeth cast magic, when she casts magic, there is if you would allow me as a bit of flavor, Abby,
Yeah.
there is a hammer on a thread around Elspeth's neck, and anytime she casts magic, there's almost excess energy from the casting that sort of swirls around their head and then gets absorbed into this little amulet around her neck.
So yeah. Oh, tell us about this temple.
Well, it's the temple.
I can do that part if you'd like. I just realized that
What
the map
exactly-
didn't have any labels, so I put those on.
What exactly do you want to know?
Are you familiar with it? Are you
I
from
mean-
around here? You don't look it.
I'm not from around here. I came here a couple of days ago, about a week ago. Well, it's the Temple of Savras. He is not quite the deity I follow, but he is very adjacent to them. I follow Lathander.
see.
Savras,
Quite
god of
boring.
divination and illumination.
Don't Hope elbows Ellie and it's like, don't insult other people's gods.
True. It's
Well, I mean, of course Thor is the most exciting one, but just let other people worship who they want.
what's Lathander got? You know,
Not
everyone
like
worships Lathander on the Sword Coast. It's like the most basic you can be. No offense.
What the fuck is this? Sorry.
Kinda amazing. I'm not very good at this. Maybe if you talk to my moms, they could tell you more exciting stuff.
Levi.
I think you need to work on your confidence. No, I'm done that.
Say, Levi, you're hearing this proselytizing. You would know that gods, people in Port Nines aren't particularly fond of the gods in general. They like their specific patron gods. But nobody's going to be arrested. But generally, if you talk too much about the gods on the streets, you're liable to get some weird looks, and maybe guards get called on you for disturbing the peace.
So I guess as we're walking and all of this God talk is happening, because we're heading to, or are we still in the bar?
You'd be heading off to the temple at this point, I believe.
Yeah. As we're heading off to the temple, I'll just probably say something along the lines of, if you want to make any progress in finding this person that we're seeking, I would keep the God talk to yourself.
All right. I don't really worship Thor. All my powers my own. I just, I have the symbol. It's my mother's.
Yeah, Mum was real into that stuff, but, it's just stories to me.
Yeah, she let us do our own thing.
Absolutely. Just, it's not, people aren't the biggest fan here.
Yeah, there was a group
Understood.
of mercenaries that came through recently called the Flaming Fist, who, if you mention them, if you would feel like mentioning them, Olaf would definitely know about them. They were big fans of a god called Torm, and they were talking about him all throughout the city, and nobody particularly liked them. And so they got upcharged on a lot of their stuff as they were headed on their way. So that's the sort of situation you're going with. People don't like to give discounts to people of faith around here. Unless it's one of the actual city gods.
All right, go to your temple thing and get this over with.
Temples. So you make your way through the city. You guys were here. We are going to head north a ways. I think it's a good time to do some other things. You're making your way through the city. It's decently crowded, as I said earlier. There's lots of business going around. However, there are a number of guards since you are still going through the city. So I'm going to need a group stealth check if you would like to not be spotted by these guards in particular.
I would.
Yep.
Now you are traveling together as a group. They would only be looking for Hope and Elspeth. So I'll give Hope and Elspeth, you guys can have advantage because you're going to be in and amongst the rest of the group.
Oh, thank God for that,
Oh,
man.
thank God.
Whew. You guys are well above 15 as your average, so you're okay. You work your way through. You're able to avoid most of the
Actually, exactly at 15 with the 7.
Yeah, you're able to avoid the vision of most of the guards. You do the Assassin's Creed thing where you hide in crowds as their vision cones wash over you. You're able to make your way, steadily heading west. But around the time you pass by this area, which is the area 16, which is the warehouse district. As you are passing by this area here, you can see on your left-hand side, there's a massive indoor market, and there is letters written above the market that says the Grand Souk. To your right is a warehouse district. A small little urchin runs between the lot of you, and I would like everybody to roll perception checks real quick.
Oh god, check your pockets.
Check
we
your
are
pockets,
in
check your hands.
right, and not in shadow.
Oh. That's just a 3.
Okay.
Yikes.
Yeah.
A 4.
Oh yeah.
Solid
So
seven.
Elspeth, you're the only one that catches it.
No, I got a 3. Sorry, it's not with
Oh, I'm
advantage.
sorry. Yes, it's not
Believe
advantage.
It's hope.
Yeah. Yeah. Hope.
Dean.
Yeah. Hope is the one that spots it. As you're walking along, you spot. I think it's going to be Olaf. Yeah. This urchin slams into the group and just surreptitiously bumps into Olaf. And you see he lifts a money pouch off of Olaf's belt. It's hard to spot amidst all of the other equipment that he's carrying, but very clearly this child got the coin pouch in and amongst the other equipment that he's carrying and takes off.
Mage hand. Before he gets too far, grab the pouch.
Okay, that's going to be a contest. We'll call it a dexterity contest. You can use your magical modifier, your spellcasting modifier.
Yep.
Damn. Did I learn nothing from fucking Baldur's Gate?
Well, this child rolled a 5, so you're probably going to get it back. Yeah. You easily lift the coin pouch. The kid hasn't even gotten 10 feet away. And he turns around pouting and he
I
says,
just pluck.
yeah. That's
Thank
no
you.
fun.
Thievery does not. Yeah, no, don't do it, kid.
I'll do drugs, stay in school.
Yeah.
But
And,
I'm hungry,
the-
miss. Or I'm hungry, sir.
Hope digs through their coin pouch, grabs a silver, tosses it to the kid. Go buy some bread.
The kid catches it with a smile and winks at you and then runs away and gets some bread.
I'll take 1 silver off my gold.
That was my silver.
Wait, what?
That was my silver.
from
I did
your-
not
oh, from
steal
your pouch.
You.
Okay, I was going to say that would be a power move, though.
You get the pouch back. You continue on your way. As you're making your
how
way...
is it?
We'll thank,
10
Olaf will
silver
thank.
is a gold, right? That's
Yes.
how it works?
Yeah.
Okay.
You need to pass through the Grand Souk to actually reach the Temple of Savras, which is over here in the Merchant's Ward. So you're going to cut through the Grand Souk here because there's less guards in here than on the streets. As you pass by, there's a little pop-up stand that does not seem as secure as everything else. Everything else, there's like purpose-built wooden storefronts for all of the merchants selling their booths. This one, it looks like this guy carried a card table with him, set it up in the middle, and he's got a little table just full of different types of jewelry. And as you pass by, he's going to look at a lot of you, and I think he's going to catch sight of make a contact with Hope. And he's going to say, You look like you're an appreciator of fine goods. Would you like to buy a ring, perhaps, for a pretty lady, pretty man, or pretty something else?
Very progressive souk stall owner.
I'll look at his wares.
Yeah. You give me an insight check real quick. He's got a little case of about maybe 25 to 30 different types of rings and necklaces and earrings. 19.
My dice
He's not
like me
supposed to be
today.
selling here. He's looking around. He picked this spot because there's no guards patrolling right here. He's not supposed to be selling here, and it's obvious. So he wants to sell and get out as quick as possible. But yes, you can have a look over the rings. Does anybody else want to join you in this?
I will definitely join.
Yeah.
The promise to find goods catches Elspeth's attention.
Yeah. Elspeth,
Yeah.
give me a Wisdom Arcana check for me.
Wisdom Arcana.
Yes, this is going to be based
Okay.
on your magical nature.
That's just a base wisdom, so 11.
Yeah, 11. You don't catch anything in particular note. There's a number of rings of various qualities and makes. He goes into a spiel about the grand history of some of these rings, how some of them are said to carry charms of various kinds. Yes, and he gives you a range. Some of them are on the low end of just a gold apiece. Some of them are upwards of 30 gold pieces. Is there anything in particular you would like to look at, Hope, as he is going through his spiel? Would you like?
Is it all rings?
Rings, necklaces, and earrings. Bracelets, diadems. Yes, Levi, you were going to say?
I was just going to say, if possible, I'd like to be kind of like keeping an eye on it, but like as though I'm not actually looking.
That's very fair.
Don't want anyone to think that I'm interested, but I'm curious.
That's very fair. Why don't you give me it was Arcana Wisdom for Elspeth because she was using her connection to the weave. I think for Levi, it's just going to be a straight Arcana check with intelligence.
It's a 17.
A 17, yeah. You spot one that is glowing faintly. There is a black anodized ring. It's just sort of forgotten with the rest of them. It's one of the ones that he pointed at that were around 25 gold pieces. It has a red gem in the center, and you recognize that there's a symbol of the sun that is in wire wrapped over the front of it. The gem itself is cracked, but it's glowing slightly. And Hope, did you also want to check into this, look into this?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's going to be Intelligence Arcana for you too, because this is more what you would recognize to be something magical.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't quite pick it up.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm more focused on the earrings, anyways. Hope isn't really a ring kind of guy.
Olaf, what were you going to say?
I just wanted to say, after finding a more appropriate place for his coin pouch, it's probably like beneath some layers of clothing or so on, a bit hidden, he's going to approach the stand as well, mostly looking at the craftsmanship of these rings, sort of just appraising them just for the pure quality of the craft. Yep.
Yeah, give me an insight, wisdom insight check.
Yep.
You're trying to suss out.
Just trying to see,
the craftsmanship.
If it's all up to chuff with what he's saying. I have a -1, so
they are
respectable.
None of them were made by the same person. This is very clearly a collection from several different people. And with a 16, you would guess these are probably taken off of dead people, because they are of such a wide range of things. There's no way this is from one vendor. These are very clearly salvaged.
Yeah, collected salvage still.
Yeah. Lucia, did you want to pile in on here too? I think the only person who's noticed anything of particular import is Levi.
No.
And I will do something about that in a second.
There we go. So Lucia will just look on, Butterscotch purring around your shoulders.
And I will be not much for Julie.
Okay. So
there's a lot of you.
Hope. There is a particularly what you would find to be a handsome or pretty set of earrings. They are he claims that they're mithril. They have a pair of green feathers attached to the back of them, which he claims are from a cockatrice. And there is a little amber gemstone set in the center of each mithril earpiece. He's saying he'll let them go for the low price of 2 gold pieces. But seeing as you're already wearing one, he'll let one go for only a single gold piece, and that's a steal.
Yeah, sure, let's do it. I will play a little bit hard and try to haggle for 9 silver.
Okay. Give me a persuasion check, if you would like. Charisma persuasion.
Can Olaf, overhearing this, try to discern if they're actually mithril?
It doesn't take much of a roll, carrying your roll earlier. They're very clearly just like really cheap silver. It's not even like sterling silver. And the feathers are just parrot feathers. There's nothing special.
Yeah, Hope just thinks they're pretty.
They're maybe worth 2 silver.
They're very pretty. Oh, but I don't think there's mithril, let alone cockatrice feathers attached.
Honestly didn't believe that they were mithril.
With an 18, He'll jump ahead of you and
I'm
say,
trying to haggle us
yeah, with that,
lower.
with Olaf helping you, why don't you make an advantage? Give me another one. We'll stand with the 18. He says, all right, maybe they're not the mithril, but they are still the highest quality sterling silver. I'll let it go for 8 silver.
I'll do it.
That's more than the actual earring.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, if you like them, that's all that matters.
They're pretty.
They are.
I'm a pretty kind of guy. So he picks it up, and I think he's never quite sure which ear to put his blue gem earring into. So he kind of swaps it over to the other ear and
There you go.
clips in the.
Put them all in the same ear. Have one ear with 5 earrings in it.
That would be hell.
That would be very funny, but no. He just has one hole in each ear and just switches the blue one from ear to ear depending on which side he wants to sleep on.
That works. So Levi, you've watched all this go down. There was a sale. He seems a little thrown off his game by Olaf there, watching his every move.
Amazing. I'm going to just start poking around at all of the jewelry, kind of just picking something up, putting it down. I'm going to do the and, I'll ask him a couple questions about this one. And I'll ask him a couple questions about that one. And then I'll eventually get to the one that I noticed before and go, this one's kind of pretty, but the gem is cracked. I can't believe that you have it in the 25 gold range. That's just clearly not worth it.
He says,
I wouldn't give more than a gold for this.
He says, oh, no, you don't understand. And he tries to take it from your hand, and I'm assuming you're not giving it back.
Oh, God, no.
But yeah, he says, no, you don't understand. That is actually a spell-casting focus from a powerful thunder that came through with the company of the Flaming Fist.
This piece of junk. And then I'm going to turn to Olaf and, hopefully with, my... where the guy can't see me and kind of do a wink and be like, you seem to know your way around metals and jewelry. Would you say that this looks like a spellcasting focus? Look at this shoddy craftsmanship.
Olaf is actually able to make spellcasting focuses. So he's just gonna give it a good look over, because I think one of my magical tinkering things is enhanced spellcasting focus.
Yeah. This is not a spellcasting focus. You would know that just by glancing at it. However, it is magical.
It's got some magic to it. Would you let me? Just sort of reaching a hand out so you can have a closer look at it.
I want to smack you right now, but I can't.
So it sounds to me like this will be a flat deception check, because Olaf didn't run with your lie. So
all right, sounds
give
good.
me a flat deception check as Olaf is going to appraise it.
So I'm just very curious now, because if it's not a spellcasting focus, then what is it?
Yeah.
It's just a 12.
A 12, yeah. So he's going to say, maybe 25 gold is a bit much. I can let it go for 20.
You
How much gold?
Something about Lathander with that ring. Can I take a look at the sigil?
Oh, yes. And Olaf, if you want to give me what's your...
I'm intelligence casting.
Intelligence casting, yeah. So it'll be an intelligence modifier. Your Arcana. Intelligence Arcana.
Yep. That's a +5, I think. 22.
Yeah. So this is an enchanted ring. You can't tell what it is just by glancing at it, but it has magical properties that you would be able to manifest once you attune to it. But it's not actually a spellcasting focus. He's very wrong about that. And Lucia, you were asking about it being related to Lathander. When you peer over Olaf's shoulder from your diminutive drow monk height and your wayfish thinness,
I certainly cannot look over his shoulder.
You see the wire that has been tied over the cracked gemstone is in the shape of Lathander's symbol.
Does that look like it's been added after the fact? It's
no.
not an original part of the ring, but it's a part of the ring, okay.
Yeah, it was purpose-built that way. It's like the setting that holds the orange stone in place is this symbol of Lathander. Which is a... I don't have a picture of it in our overhead this time. It's like it's a sunrise over an ocean. So it's a horizontal line with a half sphere on the top half and rays coming out of the sun. I believe it's 5 total rays. And then the bottom half, there's just horizontal lines to... triangular lines to represent the horizon coming towards you.
Like, Olaf, just give it a look over. I have a ring on my desk. I can actually roll. There we go. I got a ring. There we go. It's also black, so that's helpful.
Yeah.
Just, I can give you 12 for it.
Persuasion check from you then.
That's really low. I'm trying to haggle him down to maybe like 15, 17.
Levi also just failed, so it's going to be a higher DC than it was originally.
Yeah. Actually, first I'll ask, Levi, do you want this?
I'm going to, at this point, now that I've noticed that others are expressing interest in it, I'm going to pretend like it's the most boring thing in the world. I don't know. It looks like garbage to me, and walk off.
The materials are good. I could salvage it. And so I don't think it's quite good enough to be a spellcasting focus. And then he's just going to roll Persuasion 8.
Yeah,
that is terrible.
Well, if you're not sure if you can salvage it, I can sell it for more as a whole piece. I stay firm at 20.
How exactly did you get this ring? Because this does not seem like something a person of faith would sell.
You see he stumbles for the first time since you guys talked to him. And he catches himself and he says, well, he went out to Camp Vengeance and he died during the fighting. And his body was back here for to be sent back to the Sword Coast. And
you stole it. Like all the other rings on this table.
No. 15 gold sounds great.
15 gold sounds amazing.
15 gold sounds great.
Yeah. And I'll just give him the 15.
Okay, beauty. So you have it now. It is a magic item called the Cracked Sun Ring. You will have to attune to it to find out what it does, but I'll drop that in the magic items in our journal here.
I hope to God this is good, by the way, because
it's like to cast Sunbeam at 9th level. 3 times.
Yes, Meteor Swarm.
But only during dawn.
Oh no. I happened to put... There it is. There we go. I happened to put the video recorder right over the search bar for the journal. But I managed to get it, so we're good. Okay. Cracked Sun Ring is under C. There we go. So anybody can take a short rest to attune to that to find out what it does.
Yeah.
But yeah, with that, you're able to continue out of the market here and head over finally to the Temple of Savras. So the Temple of Savras is area 7, which is right here. You see, Lucia, you would be telling everybody on the way that Savras is a deity of wizards, fortune tellers, and diviners, those who unfailingly speak the truth, regardless of whether listeners want to hear it. He is particularly popular in Port Nyanzaru because he gives all of the business dealings an air of legitimacy, because you wouldn't lie in front of under Savras's watchful eye, right? Also, in times past, Savras was a patron deity of the city back when it was under royal control. You approach the temple and you see it is standing on a tall hill surrounded by a wall. There are 2 long stone bridges that connect the other hills in the northern part of the city here. The temple itself is this beautiful round building that looks almost like a observatory. The walls are covered in bronze fittings so that it gleams in the sunlight. And the very tip top, you can see there's this massive stained glass dome that is in the shape of an unblinking eye staring at the sky. And as Lucia leads you into the temple itself, you can see that the main chapel area is just bathed in a wash of blues, greens, and yellows as the sunlight, we're now approaching noon, shines through this giant stained glass ceiling. And it looks like there's a sort of a projection of this colorful eye on the entire chapel. And you see at the altar, at the far end of the room, there is a hunched over elderly man. I actually have a picture for him. He has a chin-strap beard of white hair. He wears a little skull cap to cover the fact that he's well past his balding years. He is in an argument with two dark-cloaked figures. They are talking very forcefully to one another. Overhead, named NPCs, Grandfather Zatembe. Where is Grandfather Zatembe?
By the way, this is the temple over here on this little aisle with the white chest?
Yes, right where you guys are. That is the temple.
Oh, not the one that's off the coast. My bad.
No. That is a
Okay.
different temple to a different god.
It's the one for the moon instead of the sun.
Oh, I don't actually. I should have his picture in here. The module doesn't have his picture. That is
What?
the
odd.
Roll20 module doesn't have his picture, but I have his picture here, so I'll just show you his picture. Ignore the text. Pretend you don't see it. I don't think you can
I
make it
don't
out.
think we'd be able to read it.
There is Grandfather Zatembe.
Yo, looks like uncle. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Fizz.
He is a fancy man with a fez covering his bald cap and a chin-strapped beard of white hair, and he carries a red robe that looks like a wizard's robe, but it's more clerical in nature. And he is in an argument with these two gruff-looking individuals in dark clothing. You hear they are arguing with him to cast a spell on their behalf. You see one of them. Actually, who has what's everybody's passive perception? I was going to collect this during session 0, but I forgot.
15.
What's the highest passive amongst you?
11.
Likely.
So not great.
Probably Lucia.
11.
Yeah.
From
Lucia,
up.
you see one of them is he's trying to hide it from the other people in here, because there's a couple people praying. He's got a fist-sized ruby that he's holding out to Grandfather Zatembe, almost as a bartering token. And you overhear them talking to Grandfather Zatembe as they enter. They're saying, "Grandfather, please, just cast us this spell. We need to find him. If you help us, we can locate him faster. We'll give you the ruby. And you'll be indebted to us." Grandfather Zatembe is saying, No, you don't understand. This is a house of God. This is a house of worship. We don't do that sort of thing here. They're not really making any headway. You can see that the dark dressed figures are getting a little forceful. And Grandfather Zatembe seems a little cowed, since he is just a small, hunched over old man.
I would just openly approach him. Grandfather, I'm back. Is everything all right?
He says, "Oh, Lucia, my granddaughter, I'm so glad." He finally brushes past the two men who have been forcing on him, and he gives you a big, big hug. He is about your height, and he smells of incense and tobacco. He gives you a big hug, and you get a big huff of that grandfather tobacco smell. And he says, "These two are looking for a divination spell. I can tell they don't mean well."
Should we alert the guards?
No, nothing so brash. Just back me up a little.
Of course, Father.
And he pulls away from you and he says, "Now I was just telling these fine gentlemen that we do not offer divination services for bounty hunting. That is a conflict of interest that we here at the Temple of Savras cannot do. We are involved in the merchant trading of the city. We do not do manhunts here, not even for the guards."
If you are looking for someone, you might have better luck going to one of the information brokers. It's not really a suitable place for this kind of stuff.
You see these two figures scowl at you. One of them has a metal cap over his head, metal skull cap. The other one, the one that was holding the ruby, has quickly ferreted it away in some pouch on his person. The one that had the ruby looks at you and says, "We are already pursuing those avenues, but we need some divine assistance in our quest. It is a noble quest, you see." He looks over the lot of you. He says, "Are any of you familiar with the Harpers by any chance?"
The name rings a bell.
That is not a name that many people would know, especially not here.
"Well, you don't look like you're from around here. Neither are we. You see, we have come seeking a rogue Harper agent. We were trying to convince Grandfather here to help us to perform a divination to find where he's gone in the jungle. It seems he's looking to deal with this death curse thing."
Sorry, would Olaf know about the Harpers? Because I've heard that before.
They are active in the cities of the Sword Coast. Absolutely, they're an order of do-gooders, essentially. They're like the Justice Society of America. They
GSA.
Yeah, they find magical artifacts or evildoers, and they put a stop to them. Mainly, their main thing.
I remember that. I have a deck of magic deck, and one of the things is a Harper recruiter. That's where
their main thing is they hoard magic items to keep them out of the hands of evil people. So if there's a rogue Harper agent, it probably has something to do with a magic item.
And when you say rogue, do you mean that they just left, or did they steal something?
We're not at liberty to discuss details, but he is wanted.
Well, you're not getting any help
very
unless
dangerous.
If
you're
you
not
are,
getting any help unless you divulge what he's done.
if you're tasked with finding him, then I'm certain that you could show proof that you are part of the Harpers and not just some people that are out to hunt down a man for a potentially powerful magic item that he got.
All right. Well, I would like Elspeth. Your persuasion is a persuasion or an intimidation?
Persuasion. I'm not threatening that.
Okay. In that case, it'll be a charisma persuasion from you.
8.
8. Yeah. So.
Oh God, the other one's. Oh, that sucks.
He's gonna look at you and he's gonna say.
Via toggle advantage.
Yeah. He's gonna say, you know, we don't know that much ourselves, but when you interject with about proof, he's gonna look back at you and smile and say, you don't think we would just out ourselves as Harper agents? It's dangerous around here.
I know a thing or two about Harpers. A dear friend of mine used to be part of the Harpers, so you should know of a certain way to show yourself to other Harper agents without being too direct to people who should not know.
All right. He's going to look you up and down. Make a persuasion check for me. Or deception if you're lying.
Oh no, there is actually a thing. I'm not very good at those. Where the fuck is it? 13.
13,
Could be
yeah.
worse.
He says, you know, I might, but I don't like the look of you. I suspect you might be...
Do you want our help or not?
Well,
Sorry.
if you're one of them... He makes a little... he gives a little look.
So we're being racist now.
Zentarum? He narrows his eyes.
That's very funny.
Blank stare as Hope doesn't recognize these names.
Do I know who the Zentarum are?
You would probably know who the Zentarum are, yeah.
Do I know what the Zentarum actually are?
Well, what you would know is that they are a organization that in the past was fought with the Harpers a lot. They were essentially doing the same thing that the Harpers were doing, but in reverse. Trying to hoard magic items to then give them to people who are bad. Recently, though, they're just mercenaries, as far as you know.
Oh.
Since the
For
spell...
some reason, there was a certain other crime lord that became very, very powerful and then pushed him out of Waterdeep.
They're just mercenaries, as far as you would know now, since the spell plague. So it's been about 200 years since they were actively evil. But the Harpers probably aren't big fans of them.
Yeah. Look, you can accuse us of being with the Zentarum all you want. It doesn't change the fact that you want something. We could give it to you, and look, if you have money, we're more than willing to help.
He shakes his head, he says, unproven greens. If you find a tall human man with a blue ring and scruff facial hair, traveling with a lizard man who has a strange smell about him, come back here and let us know. Otherwise, if you bring us this information, then we will prove ourselves to you. But until then, I'm afraid this conversation is over. He nods. Grandfather.
Let's think.
Yeah.
Could we get a name of the person we're looking for?
Artificer.
Artificer. Okay. Thank you.
Wasn't it Climber?
I'll type it in.
Yeah, thank you. It's spelled Steve Smith, but it's actually Artisan.
Yeah. That is the information they give to you. They refuse to identify themselves. They accuse you of being Harper agents, and they told you that they're looking for this man traveling with a lizard person who smells of ham.
Oh.
Imagine acting like you're Harper agents, bursting out that you are supposedly Harper agents, and then telling a young acolyte lady that she looks like a Zendara. The fucking nerves.
Yep. Do you want to roll an insight check for me? It's going to be a low DC for you, Lucia.
14.
Yeah. These guys are lying through their teeth.
Yeah.
Generally, an accusation is an admission. You would probably put together that they're Zentarum.
Yeah.
Especially their refusal to identify themselves is what gave it away. But yes.
Those people are very, very likely part of a mercenary group that used to be more like a crime/thieves group. My mother sometimes told me about them and said, in her words, they were kind of pathetic, and then she made sure that they don't cause trouble anymore. Although I'm not sure how she meant it.
Maybe me and
Why don't we get on with whatever we're doing? I don't know what all of you are here for, but me and Hope, we do have a time limit.
Hold on.
Grandfather Systemic claps his hand. He says, "Oh yes, then certainly. What can I do you for? What have you come here to the Temple of Saphras for?"
There was a bit of trouble in the town. They were being mistaken for someone that loosely matched their descriptions and had some trouble with the guards.
I've been framed, basically.
There was also someone that shot a cart with manure that then exploded, and it seemed like they were trying to get me in the blast specifically, which I don't understand why.
This is awful, granddaughter. However can I help?
Well, they have been kind of caught up in the blast as well, so I'm kind of trying to make it up to them for now. So I'm going to go out and help them with the task that they got.
Oh. Well, would you like any food or would you like to get clean? I see some of you are still filthy.
I definitely would like a bath first.
Okay. So he will lead you into the back. Sorry. Yeah.
The stench is gone, but it still feels very pleasant.
When I look at this guy, does he look like her grandfather?
No relation. She's Drow. He's
No relation.
He's a human. But if you want to give me an insight check to get vibes.
Yeah. 22.
Yeah. They have known each other very long. He's a very, very friendly man who, for whatever reason, has an affiliation with Lucia. But they don't know each other well. It would seem that he refers to everybody as his grandchild.
Okay.
And so he would direct you guys to the back to get your baths. He calls his aide over. He says, Salida, would you help Lucia and our friends here get cleaned up? And a woman comes to you. I believe I have a picture for her. Because she...
Just realized...
There's a picture for the ape, but not for the grandfather priest.
There
that
she
would
is.
Be... What the fuck?
Yeah. So
I just don't like him.
This comely young woman, young, she's like late 20s, approaches you. I guess that is young from a certain point of view. Anyway, all of you
That's young.
babies here. One of you babies here. She approaches you a lot. Lucia, you would recognize her. You've had some interactions with her. Salida comes up to you and she says, "Oh, it would appear you guys have had a bit of an altercation. Come on, we're not as fancy as the Salune baths, but we can certainly get you cleaned up." She will lead you in the bath to the bath house. Salida is a tall woman, as I said. She's quite pretty, but she dresses very simply. Simple, priestly habit.
How-
She's got
how
tattoos.
tall?
Probably about 5'10", 5'11". She's
5'10".
just
So
shy
she's a few
of
inches taller than
6'6"
Elspeth.
or 6 feet. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still smaller than me. Do I have to duck in any doorways?
No. The doorways, they're all going to be around 7 feet.
Okay.
Well above your
As we're walking through, I'm gonna kind of like go up the side, Slade, and just ask. So I like your tattoos. Do they have any meaning, any symbolism?
She smiles at you and she says, well, they're from an earlier time in my life where I was a lot more adventurous and I spent a lot more time in brothels, with women folk. She winks at you.
I'm gonna wink back. I see.
That'd be an NPC romance time.
Yes, Sue. Jeez.
Elspeth, the disaster,
Yeah,
the disaster bisexual.
She says, oh, but those days are behind me. I'm devoted to Savras, the Lord of Knowledge and Divination now.
See, why Saffras?
Well, he is a god of truth, a god of knowledge. There are dark days ahead. She says that she's getting everything set up for you guys. She says, we here in Port Nyanzaru have had a wonderful peace since the spell plague. We overthrew the corrupt royals, and we became an independent nation of merchants, standing freely with one another in a democracy of coin. But dark days are coming. They say the peaks of flame are beginning to belch fire once again. Doom is at hand. It's a good time to be looking to the future to know what is going on, if you know what I mean.
Just to be clear, we're like 100% aware of the death curse, right?
Yes.
We know there's a curse happening.
Yes. She says...
Reason we're in this country.
yes.
Yeah. I'll just say, me and my brother, we've heard about this curse that's going around. We're here to stop it. So we're going to go out into the jungle.
Heroes.
We might be back. Every couple 10 day.
Well, I would certainly like to see you here. Know how you're progressing.
I'll make sure I come and visit.
You're more than welcome to come and visit. She lays out steamed towels for the lot of you, and then we'll make her leave, and she'll make sure that she gives you a full view on her way out of everything she's working with.
I'm so obtuse. Is flirting going on?
It's okay.
I'm so obtuse. Oh. Yeah.
Basically, instead of one sibling being attracted to one sex and the other attracted to the other,
I
one's
got it all.
attracted to everyone, and hope is just nothing.
Yep.
You know, you
So,
can make like a really.
Elspeth took
He
all
watches-
the fucking horny.
He took all the horniness, except for the bit on top
The
of
actual
head.
horns, yeah.
Yeah.
Make a
Hope,
TV show.
Hope
That's
watches with vicarious amusement.
Yeah.
I mean, Olaf will just take no time just making sure that he gets into the bath because he just realized he has been on a boat for 3 to 4
Yeah,
weeks
yeah.
and has not bathed during that entire time.
You get yourselves cleaned up. Absolutely. We can fast forward a bit through this. Does anybody
Hope
need a
is
bathroom
wearing swimming trunks.
break? That works too. Does anybody need a bathroom break? We've been going for about 2 hours.
I wouldn't mind a break just to make a brew, if that's all
We're
right.
going 2 hours already. It's
I know.
just flown by.
Thank you for your patience.
that's fine.
We'll
Well, now you're
take
having fun.
5 to 10 minutes. And we'll be back with some
Time
drinks.
to refill this baby. I'm gonna make this back in a tick.
I'm so excited for this.
I can already tell it's going to be an interesting group.
It's so good.
Also, there's only one person in this game who isn't my sibling in some way, shape, or form. Because I've got Elspeth as my in-character sibling.
Yeah.
I've got Mia, who played Rory, who was my sibling last game. And then I've got Spencer, who's my
Spencer.
adopted brother, and my
And then actual-
real-life biological sibling.
And then Yusuf.
So Guy's the only person in this game who isn't in some way, shape, or form my sibling. Anyways, I'm gonna get some water. Mute. If anybody has their computer screen open, but there's a cat on my camera right now. I think everyone's gone. Oh, Abby. Hi.
Hi. Oh.
It's a cat.
Look at
His
that
name is
tail.
Ghost, and he snuggled with me last night. It was very nice. Oh, let's get that
Perfect
out
name
of the
for
way.
a cat.
I know. I think she did. Oh boy. You are, I think you are more sheddy than Murphy.
Shed. Most of the cat hair that you'll find in this apartment is his.
Mhm.
Goblin doesn't shed hair.
I think her hair is shorter. Yeah.
It is not food time yet, buddy. I know you're getting all
You're such a
ugly.
cutie pie. Yeah, Murphy does a similar thing. Oh. You're so cute. I love cats so much. I had to take care of Casey and Finnegan over a weekend when Mom and Dad were gone. And afterwards I was like, you know, I thought I was a dog person, but I'm not. The cat does not demand to go outside every hour. Ugh. Well, I guess Murphy's probably going to get a nice, interesting smell when I come home. Because I'm already covered in cat hair.
And introduced to
Oh, man. Yeah. 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 Figure things out with that. Yeah, White Kitty. This is Ghost. And he snuggled with me last night.
Oh, it's cute.
my baby. He was
the
my
baby.
first ever cat. He was a dumpster cat. I found him as a kitten hanging out by the dumpsters of my old building, and I brought down food so that I could, grab him, and he ignored the food, and he came up to me for pets. And ever since then, he has been my child.
Adorable. Also, my cat got annoyed at me going, "Oh, cute kitty," at another cat, so she instantly came over to remind me who the real cute cat is. Look at her being like, yeah. No, she's
Look at that.
Into the kitchen she goes until she realizes there's nothing there. And
Who vanishes?
You can't quite see her, but this is Goblin. Jeez. So we have Ghost and Goblin.
And eventually Ghost, Goblin, and Murphy.
Hey, kitties. Oh, it's the noodle boy. Everyone is just showing off their pets.
Ah!
Look at the noodle. Noodle.
It's a noodle! It's a noodle!
Is it really a group of queer people if they don't show off their pets?
Oh, whoa.
Queer people and the one straight person.
It is Fred. His name is Fred Goose Wilson because he's a little goose man.
Ah!
Sadly, I cannot pick up my cat because my cat is still a bit traumatized
Oh, big yawn.
so she doesn't let me pick her up.
He
Even after
more or less just woke up.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's a ferret, right?
Yeah, ferret. I've got two, but one does not like being held. Sorry.
Baby.
Oh, we got a flicky tail. We have a flicky tail. Yes, we do. I have a lap
Thank you.
cat. I have a lap cat.
You have a lap cat.
So many cats.
Is everybody here? I saw Hannah.
Oh,
I think Abby's still not here.
Hey, there we go.
Oh.
Bring it in.
big stretchies. Big
My lovely-
stretchies.
My lovely new deck can get to sleeving. But there we are.
How are we feeling about the game so far? At the halfway,
Like that, yeah?
halfway check-in.
That's a group dynamic.
Loving it.
We good so far?
Yeah.
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 I think we have a pretty balanced sort of group of people, and it'd
I
be
will have
interesting
to
to see
unmute you
further
so I can hear you.
interactions.
Yeah.
Very distinct.
Can't wait to get traumatized when Mia's character dies.
Yeah. Also,
I
as
mean-
expected, I'm realizing I prepared way more than you'll get to today. So I'm all set for next time.
Good.
Oh no, it's alright. We can play until midnight, right?
I've got the feeling that I might end up dying because I'm a squishy bard.
I think everybody's pretty squishy.
I have 21 HP. I don't know if that's a lot.
I
How
have
much?
a question. Is it a shared bath or is it like everyone has a separate thing?
This is a
I'm
communal bath.
That's
one
why I'm
thing,
wearing swimming trunks.
yeah, one thing that Levi would be able to inform everybody about, for whatever reason, probably because of the heat, people in Port Nines are obsessed with cleanliness. There are more public bathhouses than there are taverns.
Yeah.
Everybody gets
there's
clean
only
everywhere.
everyone, so
Yeah, that's you. That's you with the camera.
It's a little carpet snake.
We'd love to see some cleanliness.
Little carpet
Yeah.
snake. The most expensive, of course, are the bathhouses of Selune, who is the goddess of the moon, and in many traditions, actually the moon. They are the most expensive. They are focused more on beautification than just cleanliness, but it's pricey to get in there, and they tend to be picky about their clientele as well.
Yeah.
I chose that one, but I didn't.
Ellie and I are Norse, so we're pretty big with the cleanliness as well.
Yep. So yeah, you guys can get yourselves all cleaned up.
Backwards.
D&D Norse.
D&D Norse. Dorse, if you will.
It's basically like Neverwinter, Two Towns area.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
Yeah.
As soon as Guy's back.
He was taking the noodle away.
Yes, the little snake, the fur noodle, the fertile.
A thing the female characters would notice when they get ready for the bath. I will try to not make that sound weird, so I will just...
It's okay, Mia. It's
You're
too late.
making it sound weird
Yeah,
already.
it's too late, Mia. Go for it.
Number one, you know, when Lucia takes off the loose ropes, you can notice that she's really slender. Like, there would not be a problem if she like got another 30 pounds or something. She would
Oh god.
likely need that to be at a healthy weight. Number two, she is not just a young drow lady, she is very clearly still a child. Likely a younger elf than you have ever seen before.
Oh, I'll say to her, Lucia, are you sure? Do you eat enough? Do you have? You're not like struggling for money or anything, are you?
Sorry, what?
Do you eat enough? You're not struggling for money, are you?
No, not really. Why?
You just look a bit thin. Sorry if
Well,
that's offensive.
it's just my let's just say I'm not the healthiest of people. It's hard for me to. It used to be worse. It's getting better.
Yeah.
It's just still. It's not a money or food problem. It's a medical problem.
I see. And the clerics can't help you out with that?
It's sadly more of a birth deficit, they called it. The warm climate is helping, though.
Okay.
Significantly better than the Underdark.
How old are you?
Old enough?
You were drinking before. Before. How old are you?
She was
she
very
wasn't drinking.
distinctly not drinking the ale. She was on drinking water.
Okay.
Notice
You
that as
both
well,
Would
the
have-
water.
would have said, "Oh no, I'm a minor. I'm not drinking."
Are you sure this is a safe place for you to be? Why are you here? You're from Waterdeep, right?
I mean, I'm in the temple. It's
No,
not
I mean-
many safe places.
I mean, in Chult. Why are you here specifically?
I'm gonna opt to not answer that question, for it is a bit too personal for me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have my reasons.
While in the boys' change room.
Yeah, I mean...
That's
yeah,
one thing
for
about
sure.
Chult. Chult does not have gender segregated spaces. Everything is a family bathroom in
On the
Fortnite.
boys' side of the locker room.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what are you doing here in the land of the dinosaurs? Oh, did you notice there were like weird? It's incredible. They're so cool. Like that, the dinosaur. I felt so sorry for that creature that got like fire on its butt.
I hope it's alright. They look resilient, fellas.
Yeah, true. My sister and I were here because there's like this death thingamajigger going on. My mother told me about it like the day before Mom started getting sick. It's terrifying.
Yeah. But hopefully things
Anyone
can be
who's
done
ever been resurrected is just slowly dying, and I don't want my mom to die. So that's why we're here.
well. Makes sense.
So we've got to figure out what's causing it and all that.
I'm here for more selfish reasons. Apparently there's an ore found on this isle called Navel of the Moon. Perhaps I can make some mighty works out of it. And you see as Olaf takes off his shirt, you can see that he has just a full back tattoo depicting like the triumph of Tyr. And just continues talking. But if I can find anything else of worth, maybe a bit of metal of rare qualities, we can make some good work out of it.
That's cool. So you do stuff with metal?
I'm
That's
a
your
smith.
thing? Ooh, cool.
Yeah.
I
I come from a big family of them, so I'm trying to make sure I can do something a bit different than make just the bog standard sword the pa can make.
Right. There's like a very thick book nestled in among Hope's belongings, and he gently places an ink pen on top of it and kind of looks at it. And then, like, well, I can't take those into the bath with me. It's like a heavy tome. Like, you would think it was a wizard's spell book. It's that big.
Do you write?
Yes, the story I told you earlier, that one's in my head, but I've got a few, I write down the good stuff. That's my thing, actually. I tell stories. And some of those stories can make a little spark. And he kind of snaps and picks up the quill and kind of waves it in the air a bit, and like a little ship appears above his head. Just like an image of a ship, you can see the sails like flapping a little bit in the wind, and then it vanishes.
It's quite a neat trick. I have much the same kind of book, but instead of having stories and epilogues in there, I have just drawings. He whips out a small sort of handbook, and as he flips through, you can see just like sort of sketches and label diagrams of like various different pieces of armor and sword and so on. Just like you, only the good stuff. And a few
only the good stuff,
links.
of course. Only the good stuff's worth remembering.
Well, right, we have a schedule, aren't we? And he goes full buck nude into the baths. He cares not.
I mean, that's what you're supposed to do when you take a bath.
Yeah.
What's Levi's approach to a bath situation?
Muted.
They're outside.
Yes, sorry. No, I'm here. I mean, Levi's wearing some bottom. Can't necessarily tell what's going on down there. Doesn't really seem to care very much about like whether or not people see that much naked. Could possibly have some chest, might not. It's hard to tell, Just a lot of ambiguity there.
That's fair. My question is, would Levi try to hide the burn marks from your past? All right. So you see a mosaic of burn scars across Levi's back.
It's more or less just if anyone asks, they're going to pretend like they don't know what you're talking about.
Levi, you've been a bit quiet so far. What do you're from around here, right? So what do you do?
Besides carting your own poop? Sorry.
Besides that.
I'm a bit of a jack of all trades. Really just help out wherever I can, make life work, Always moving on from one thing to the next, never really staying in one place, because life gets boring that way.
I like that.
Just a vibe.
Great vibes.
Yeah. So all of the good vibes are had. We can
I'm not
consider
sure
this a
how
short
much-
rest. I don't think anybody needs to benefit from one. But if you want to attune to that item, you are more than welcome to over this time period.
I will ask Levi if they'd like to. Because I'm
Dark
the
Mage,
first person
that's
to choose.
Really? I mean, you're the one who paid for it.
Yeah. I'm mostly just this an investment of curiosity. If you'd like to have a gander, have a look at what it does. More than willing.
I'll
If you
take
don't,
a
I'll
look.
do it myself. Yeah, here you go.
If you don't mind. I'm certainly curious myself. That's why I noticed it right at the start. Obviously didn't want him to know that I'd noticed it. Thanks so much for your help with that.
I kind of biffed it in the beginning, but I think I saved it.
But I think you did. You brought it around at the end. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'll take a look at it and see what I can find.
Yeah. So just your initial look over at it. You are going to have to attune to it to find out exactly what it does. But just, spending the
Of
time
course.
to look at it, it's probably something to do with fire magic.
Ooh. I love some fire magic.
So do you want to commit to attuning to it?
Sure.
All right.
Cursed item.
Spoilers.
I mean, I love a cursed item.
You
Give
do
me
spend
that
the
chaos.
you do spend the short rest attuning to it, and as soon as it clicks for you towards the end of the session in the bath, you find you can't get it off because it is cursed,
Of course.
and
Of
now
course
you
it
learn
is.
what it does. At one point,
Amazing.
it would have allowed you to do burning hands for free, or
Yeah.
scorching ray. Basically, it's a glove of blasting, but as a ring. However, it broke when whoever previously owned it
Okay.
died. It broke in the process of his dying. So instead, I will show you what it actually does. It's cracked sun ring. There we go.
Immediate death.
I mean, maybe.
Oh no.
You swap positions of your heart and the sun ring.
This ring is cursed. Whenever properties it once held, this ring has been badly damaged and will attune to the first creature that attunes to it. When a creature becomes attuned to the item, they learn the following properties of the curse. Whenever you suffer bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage, the ring explodes with fire in a 5-foot sphere centered on you. All creatures with range, including yourself, make a DC 13 dexterity saving throw or take 3d6 fire
no.
damage, taking half on a success. You have disadvantage on the saving throw.
Oh,
That
Being
thing would
silly.
instantly kill me.
damn.
So
It can be good.
That's
you're a bomb now.
difficult. I
Oh,
am.
you're the bomb.
Mostly to myself.
You cannot remove or unattune from the ring. However,
Okay.
there are magics that can allow you to do that if you want to look into it.
Eventually.
That's like you get shot once, you dead.
So I know this information, right? Because I've attuned to it.
You the player know the mechanics of it. You would just know once the ring is stuck on your finger, you're like, oh no, if I get hit, I'm gonna explode.
Is it a
Oh,
one-time
I
thing
feel
or is
like-
it repeatedly?
I feel like at this point in time, just because I don't know all of you very well, I keep that to myself. Still.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't wait for someone to slug you on the arm endearingly, but that suddenly sets it off.
For mechanics, you have to take damage from a slashing, bludgeoning, or piercing attack.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
No, normal daily wear and tear won't set it off.
Right.
Okay.
Someone gives you a friendly punch on the shoulder, you explode.
Boom.
18 damage.
You know, like, you just, like, knock into someone on the
Yeah.
street, and they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. You're like, dear God, you've doomed us all.
I rolled some. I rolled on my my magic items table to see just what sort of stuff you could encounter across the city on accident, and 2 of the 4 were my homebrew magic items. So
Nice.
there you go.
Are they both
Amazing.
cursed, by chance?
No, the other one isn't. Don't tell
I
anybody
mean,
that though,
let's
'cause you
be
need to find it.
honest. I'm the one who's going to take the most damage from this because I have disadvantage on that saving throw.
Oh boy. The I don't know if we've all given like a thorough physical description of our characters.
Now might be a good
I
time
think we
since you're all
have.
naked.
Yeah.
We
Yes,
got
indeed.
we got to a beach episode. It just took an entire campaign and a new campaign with new players.
Yeah, the
There's no
Barovian
sand.
Beach episode.
After all this time.
I can only
I would've
imagine a
thought-
Barovian beach, and it's fucking dreary.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like Liverpool.
Uh,
Yeah, I'll go over. So Elspeth is she's stunningly beautiful.
Of course.
Yeah, she's. You guys know already, like not in character but out of character. She's an Aasimar. She has like
In character that she's an
long white hair. What side?
Do we know in character that she's an SMR or does she still
No. She doesn't have any of like. Yeah, she looks human. She doesn't have any of the outward features of an Aasimar yet. But she's obviously like innately magical. She has like stark white hair flowing down her back, purple eyes. Well, she is clothed. She has like very fine clothes and a glamour weave, which usually has just a. It starts blue at the top and fades down to white near the bottom. She changes it based on her mood, so you can quite tell when she's annoyed at you. And yeah, she's not often found far from hope. Yeah, that's me.
All right. So we have a young angel, and we already talked about
a young devil.
And a young devil. We already talked about Levi's burn scars, which nobody asked about, and they're nonchalant about anyway. Olaf, I imagine you are probably the opposite of Lucia, and you are incredibly built and beefy. Unless
you can just see
otherwise.
Olaf. Olaf being of a considerable stature, built not in a sort of, not in the way that a bodybuilder would be built, but more of a person who's worked and earned those muscles because he works basically every day of his.
He's a blacksmith build.
Yeah, blacksmith build, quite bulky, and you can see that he's got a myriad of different scars and burns, probably previous mistakes as he was first learning to blacksmith properly. And a few different tattoos, some with meaning, some just off the cuff, just because you wanted to, or was letting a friend practice on him. But he does seem to have some distinct ones just around his hand and his forearms, on both arms. Mm-hmm. But his back tattoo is just a big mural to the god Tyr.
Yeah.
If you would be able to discern that, otherwise you just see a one-eyed Nordic sort of figure looking on his back with a sword
we would
and shield.
recognize that.
You would. You wouldn't even need a religion check. That is from the pantheon the two of you grew up with, which is surprising because it's not very popular along the Sword Coast.
But yeah, his skin's more or less a sort of tanned, bronzish, and he's just got sort of messy blonde hair at the top and just a bit of a scraggly shaven beard. And you can see just a little bit of a difference in skin tone from where his goggles usually rest on his forehead.
Nice.
Right in, you'd fit right in Ravnica.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless anybody has anything else to add about their physical descriptions, we can head on. Anything from Hope?
Me. So Hope, as previously mentioned, is a purple tiefling. He is a beanpole. He doesn't have those muscles that you gather from strength, but like a little bit of a swimmer's build where he's got like the sort of muscles that an acrobat would have. He is a beanpole, very skinny, very tall. Then you add on the horns, which are another 6 inches, and he's very close to having to duck in every doorway.
Yeah.
He has dark purple hair, almost black, and icy blue eyes. And just like a cheerful expression on his face at all moments, unless Elspeth is unhappy, in which case he is also unhappy because he doesn't like it when his sister is unhappy, because he's very empathetic that way.
Just a quick question. Do they also have hooves?
That's
what's in it's in the your Hero Forged thing. I just wasn't sure.
If the Hero Forged has hooves, then yes. I made that image so long ago that I forget. Let me check. I guess if he has hooves, then he wouldn't really need the trunks, because the fur would cover anything.
I mean, if because they would be that'd be a satyr. I'm not sure if tieflings that have hooves.
You don't necessarily have fur all
it
the
is
way
a
up.
tiefling thing.
Yeah.
True.
Tieflings vary a lot in their morphology.
He has a long. Yeah, he does have hooves. So he does have hooves, which includes like the weird leg shape involved in creatures with hooves. He has a tail, which has spikes on it. And yeah, that's my weird little boy.
There you go.
And he frequently refers to Elspeth as Ellie or my twin. They don't look that similar, but if you look like superficially, they do not look related. But if you look really close, they've got similar facial shapes.
Yeah, I imagine it's in the brow. Same eyebrow ridge. Yeah.
Something I would add for Lucia.
Yeah.
For a drow, she is surprisingly pale, like almost like a light bluish gray, with a lot of dark freckles. Her eyes are slightly cloudy, darkish green, and she always has this kind of look as if she didn't sleep enough.
Yeah. Speaking of, could you give me a Constitution check, please, Lucia?
Yes.
Oh no.
Good.
Also, I appreciate that the token straight guy is playing the token human.
Yep.
I
it's on point.
exclusively play humans sometimes. Like, I can't find a good reason to choose a different race.
Every D&D group needed one.
Yeah.
So with a 2, you are really cold and you can't seem to get warm, Lucia. Even though the heat usually would be easing your bones. For the next hour, you're going to be considered poison because you're shivering too much.
Yeah. What the group would have noticed, besides her now very obvious slender and almost sickly frame, is that she doesn't seem like the healthiest of persons. Like when she was following you to the tavern, she was very out of breath and had a very strong cough for like a minute before it subsided. Hello, okay. Oh no, the microphone is hiding again.
Lucia, you're not... Are you sure you're okay? You're not, you've not died before, have you?
No. Well, not quite. Sadly, this is just how I was born. Is it really cold? Seems really cold.
No, it's kind of the opposite.
Yes, it's quite warm, really. Are you sure that you're okay doing this? So we might get into a fight.
Yeah, I just need to take my medicine. It's all good.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll say in primordial to her, I'm quite worried about her.
This is like the two
primordial as well. It'd be so mean.
Yeah.
They're gonna. They have twin speak.
You didn't choose that language on your character sheets.
I did.
I'm sorry, but that's not the dungeon masters.
Just to be a mix up of like the 3 very distinctively unique languages that no one normally speaks.
Hey, does anyone speak like Dwarvish or Giant? Because like I want to be on this talking in a language no one else understands.
I speak Giant.
Why the fuck you speak so many languages?
Well, I
get 2 from my background, 1 from being I get Celestial from being an Aasimar, I get Primordial from being a Storm Sorcerer. I get 2 from my background.
I'm just imagining the 2 polyglot kids talking to each other in like different languages every time.
It's like every third.
We accidentally switched to like back and forth between Celestial, Common, and Primordial, depending on which one has the appropriate word for what we're trying to say.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like my mom speaking Arabic and then she says Jeff Bezos.
Yep. Someone comes up to us like, you guys, I understand a bit of that Celestial. Like, we just stopped using Celestial at that point.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can. Sorry.
She seems sick. I hope she's okay.
Are you raising your hand, Hannah?
I am, just whenever people are ready. I was just going to add that Levi is probably one of the buffest gnomes you have ever seen.
Oh, for sure.
Like,
just
so muscled. So much muscle. That's why the gender is so ambiguous, because it's just like muscle.
Yeah. You're like a JoJo character where you don't know whether it's like pecs
exactly,
or
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even the kids are buff, like, what the fuck?
Does Levi carry weapons?
Has a flail and a shield. And a hand axe. And really, probably some, like, if you ever go to a situation where they're like, you need to give us all your weapons, Levi's pulling weapons out of everywhere. Like, out of the boot, out of the cleavage, something in the hair, it's just everywhere.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Did you have an answer for me, Mia? Or are you typing now?
I am writing it right.
Okay.
I can just say it. She would likely have something to help against the slime from the bronchitis and the pneumonia. And likely some other things like just general painkillers that she would use if it gets really bad.
They aren't working for this.
Oh.
Could you roll me a medicine check on yourself, please?
I'm not very good at medicine. Oh, I'm actually decent.
Crit. This is not.
I think that's the first nat 20 of the game.
Oh, I forgot to assign our alternate inspiration system. I'll resolve this and then I'll do it because we're probably going to get to combat after this.
What?
Mia, Lucia, with the crit, you reach out for your medicine, and then you realize this isn't a coughing thing. This isn't your fibromyalgia. This is something else. This is external to you. Something has affected you in the past hour or so that has caused this to you. And you think back to that explosion in the cart and whatever that figure has it out for you for. Someone's hunting you.
Oh,
and it's happened twice now.
When I'm in my room, I'm gonna grab the little silver rapier.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah.
And I would go to grandfather and tell him what's happening and that I feel very weird.
Yeah.
Not the normal kind of weird and sick.
Yeah. So he's going to look over you. I actually have his stats here. He should be able to actually clear this poison for you.
Stats and he doesn't have art. There's a super important NPC in one of the camps later on, and the other ones have the art of generic characters, and he just has a token where the name is in for some fucking reason.
Yep, same with Grandfather Zatembe for some reason. He does.
They just have so many named NPCs without art. I don't get it.
So Grandfather Zatembe is going to look you over and he's going to say, "Oh dear me, this isn't normal. This is here." And he's going to touch you on the head, and he's going to whisper, "Oh, God of knowledge and illumination, rid this one of this affliction, this poison coursing through her veins." And he casts Lesser Restoration on you, removing the poison condition. You stop shivering. You no longer have disadvantage for the next hour. He says, "Whatever have you gotten yourself into, child?"
I don't know.
Now,
I don't think I have anyone who would reasonably want to hunt me.
I don't know who would even know you in this city.
In this city, certainly no one. I mean, the only one I could think about would be, well, my birth parents, but they don't give a fuck about me. Pardon language.
Oh, sweetie, it happens. Sometimes you need to get the feelings out. That's important. Here, as I don't know what happened to you, I'm happy to help, but you did help me out earlier. Could I help you in this search? You said you were looking for someone earlier.
Well, the others got a job to search for a gladiator that is owing someone money.
Perhaps I could be of assistance. We could get this resolved and you could come back here and get some more rest.
Yes, I think that would be good. His name, they gave us a name. Looking for it right now.
That's okay.
We're up there.
I see the Ozawishi, but that's not it.
No, it was Tamara. Or
Taban is what it says.
Taban,
here.
that's what it was.
Taban, yeah.
A gladiator by the name of Taban, who supposedly lurks in one of the outer cities.
Okay. He says, "I can perform a ritual. You know I was bending the truth earlier, right? We do actually find creatures."
Yes,
people.
but they were very shady and very obviously out for no good.
I can see your faith has given you illumination of your own. Here, I will do this for you. Generally, we charge for this, but you helped me earlier, and I feel really bad that you're sick. I'm glad I could help. Give me a few moments. He heads to the back, and he is going to take it's 10 minutes plus however long it is for a ritual spell, right? I think.
Yeah, it's the normal casting time plus 10 minutes.
Yeah, so it would be 10 minutes and 6 seconds. After which he comes out to you and he says, he's reeking of incense now. He clearly just did a ritual. He says, The person you're looking for is actually to the southwest of here, in the direction of Executioner's Run. If he is a scrupulous individual, I know there was going to be an execution there today. He's either watching the executions or he might be one of the victims. You may want to head out there quickly. It's done at noon.
Thank you, Grandfather. I will inform the others. And I will be back after.
Take care of yourself, granddaughter. Lathander and Savras watch over you.
Thank you, Grandfather. And I will go to inform the others.
All right. So he casts Locate Creature for you. You know that he is somewhere in this direction.
Yeah. In the old city, near the executioner's ground, and
Old
potentially
city.
one of the people being executed or watching the execution. It's
Are you paying the execution ground?
Yeah, the old city. It's up here.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
I didn't realize it was
Yep,
there.
top
Thank
left
you.
of the map.
If you do
I
the
mean-
shift and left click ping, it should move us there on the map, which might be easier for
I
us.
say let's go.
What do you say? Shift left?
Might as well.
Shift
I
ping?
think shift and
Ah, there we go. Yeah,
which is
Very
very
nice.
useful for the really big maps.
yeah, that is helpful. So yes, you can make your way over there. You make your way through the city again. You're struck by the smells and sounds. As you pass by this hill here in the center of the map, you see it is a massive, glorious palace. There are murals of various old-style Chultan heroes. You see they're fighting various monsters. There's a massive hippo-like creature with tentacles for arms fighting this giant hero with a spear. You see there's a jaguar pouncing on somebody with tentacles coming out of its shoulders. You see there's this horrible-looking monkey creature with a skull face. Just all sorts of these mythical monstrosities painted on the murals of this house. You're smiling, Mia. You know what I'm talking about.
Does it happen to be 9 different ones?
Yeah, if you take a time to look at all the murals, there's 9 different creatures that are mythical creatures unique to Chult that are depicted on the paintings of the murals on Gold Palace, is what Levi would know this is called. This is the place where the merchant princes do their business. Nobody really talks with the merchant princes unless they have an appointment. But if anybody does want to talk to the merchant princes, that's where they do their business. So. Good to know for later. And it's called Gold Palace because above these whitewashed mural walls, the entire roof is painted gold. So it shines in the sunlight. But anyway,
That tentacle-backed cat, that's a displacer beast, right?
why don't you roll me a nature
Out
check?
of character. Out of character.
Out of character? It is not a displacer beast. Out of
Still
character.
roll a nature
In
check.
character, you can make a nature check.
Nice.
No idea. Actually, with a 3, it might be a displacer beast.
Probably displacer beast.
Yeah. With a 3, you're positive it's a displacer beast. You got to watch out for them around here.
Okay.
But yes, you move your way out of the opulence of the city off to the exact opposite of opulence as you enter the old city. The old city is dominated by a couple of ancient ziggurats, which are called the beggar princes. This is where a unknown number of wealthy, powerful individuals of the black market rule whenever they happen to be in the ziggurats at the time. So you make your way through here, and the quality of living goes down significantly. Everybody out here is armed. Everybody out here is in armor. Everybody's filthy and dirty. It looks like a period piece of medieval England. Everybody's covered in shit. But you make your way through, and you can hear there is cheering and jeering. Yes, sorry, Adam.
That's just modern day London.
Good dick and shit.
Yeah, I mean,
just the East
not that
End.
different from modern day England either. So you make your way through the doors, and you see there is a crowd cheering and jeering, and you come upon a pretty awful sight. Levi, you would know that sometimes the dinosaurs that are past their prime for the race, they get sent over here, particularly the carnivores get sent over here to deal with criminals. What you would know is that in Port Nyanzaru, they don't have prisons. If you are convicted of a crime, instead of spending time in prison, you come to Executioner's Run, where you start at the far end of the pit, and you have a certain amount of time to run to the other end of the pit before they release creatures into the pit. If you make it out, your sentence is cleared. If you get eaten, then I guess justice was served. And it seems... Sorry, yes.
No, I'm just making stupid
How
jokes.
primitive.
Carry on.
That's a very justified response. The crowd is jostling and pushing, and it's a big mess. What would you guys like to do? Would you want to get close enough to see into the pit, or do you want to look at the crowd? Grandfather's Atembe told you that Taban is somewhere in this area.
I would like to slither through the people and look if he's in the pit, because if he was gone and not findable for so long, it might have been caught by the guards.
Yeah. You are slender and tiny. I will give you advantage on your strength check to get to the front.
Strength?
Yeah, it's going to be athletic strength to push your way through the crowd. But you're going to be slipping and sliding around people, so I'll give you advantage because you don't actually have to push that hard. Goddamn.
Double net 20 in a row.
Is that the second crit? Yeah, it's your second crit in a row.
I can't wait for this to not happen during death saves or something crucial.
So Lucia,
Wait,
with that...
actually, because I went the other direction with my nature check.
Oh, yeah. With that, Lucia, you push your way, you slip through. The rest of you don't even notice she's gone. It's just all of a sudden, Lucia just isn't with you anymore. You squeeze your way through people like a hot knife through butter, and you end up right at the edge of the pit, and you peer down. You are peering along the way. It's a good, 80 feet long, and it's about 30 feet down. You could see at the far end of the pit, there is 2 individuals. They are currently tied. They're being lowered into the pit by their hands, sort of Conan the Barbarian style. They're being lowered into the pit by people at the far end. But you have a full good view of the crowd, so perception checks from you, because you have a sight on everybody here.
It is basically noon, right?
It is noon. Sun is directly overhead. That might affect your
Yes.
your vision.
7.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, especially humans. They all kind of look the same. They're all some variety of brown and brown to pink, and they're all sort of a blur of faces. You don't pick out the person you're looking for. But you know...
I'm guessing it's not one in the pit, because that one would have been very obvious, right?
Well, the people being lowered into the pit, they just look like generic humans to you. They're being lowered into the pit. They're not armed. They're not armored. They're just being dropped in by their hands.
Okay. I'm gonna slip back out again to the others.
Yeah, you absolutely can. What is everybody else doing?
I think I'm looking around just in the crowd for this guy.
All right.
Do you look for a high vantage, somewhere to stand up upon to have a look around?
Yeah, in that case, Olaf, there's a ziggurat right next to the Executioner's Run. You can climb up there, get a better vantage point. So I will give you just a straight perception check. Abby, I'll give you a perception disadvantage because you're a lot of faces to sift through.
I'd first ask someone if this is a faux pas to climb the ziggurat, or...
You can certainly ask somebody, yeah.
I'll just ask
Just a random
Levi.
person. Or Levi.
Well, no, yeah, because they've been in here for a bit at least.
I am a high vantage point. We've already established that the people
I don't think Olaf would be able to climb on top of you, though.
Would I know if it's a faux pas?
You would know, and the answer is no. They're a lot less strict. In the city, generally you need to be of a certain stature to approach Gold Palace. Out here, they sort of... it's a situation like Topsy-Turvy Day in medieval tradition, where everything's backwards here. So you can go wherever you want if you're a peasant out here, because that's the nature of the game. They stick their nose up at the traditions of wealthy people.
They don't give a fuck.
In fact, they might celebrate you if you go up there and pee onto the crowd.
Yeah. I'm also looking around for this guy, specifically focusing on any people who stand out height-wise from the crowd.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could I get on?
Told that he's tall.
Could I get on Hope's shoulders to do that?
Okay. In that case, the two of you can cancel out the disadvantage of looking through the crowd itself. So the two of you One of you can make a flat perception. Olaf is making a advantage perception check.
Oh, I'm making it an advantage.
Yeah, because you're getting a higher advantage.
Okay, so 16.
16, yeah.
Perception. You're probably better at it than I am.
Elspeth is going to be on top anyway.
You have a mind.
Never mind. I didn't say that. No. Well, that's
We
a
both
5.
have +1.
So the two of you, you're looking at the crowd. It's hard to spot. Also, there's a couple people out here who you would guess that they're members of Selune's religion because they're particularly comely and attractive, and you're maybe a little bit distracted by them. That's entirely up to you to flavor if you would like, but you don't recognize anybody important in the crowd. Olaf, however, peering down from the top of the ziggurat, you're going to be far enough away that you won't be able to. You'll be at a bit of a disadvantage joining them. As soon as the people touch down in the pit, you see one of them is the person you're looking for. Taban is the person on the far side. Dressed differently than the description you were given, but he's a tall, well-built man. You can see that he's got scars from gladiatorial combat all over him, particularly the telltale ones of like flails and beast wounds. If he's anywhere, that's him. The other guy down there looks like your standard pickpocket. He's a thin, waifish fellow. And you just recognize who it is when a bunch of horns sound really, really loudly. And the two of them, the ropes that were holding them get cut. Their hands drop. They're trailing a rope behind them. And they just take off running. And then cheers start. The crowd starts moving and churning. And you see that there are 2 cages that are set up at the far end of the pit. They're covered in blankets. You see they pull levers on the back. They tilt forward. And then the front of them opens up. And you see 2 velociraptors go tumbling out of these things and land in the dirt behind the men who are running for their lives at this point.
That's a quick question.
Yes.
How exactly do they survive? Is there like an end goal for them to get to where they can safely evade these things?
Yes. At the very end here, there's a slope. It's a pretty steep slope. It's like a 60-degree angle. But if they can reach the end of the pit and scramble their way out, there are guards at the far end of Executioner's Run where you guys are that will wrangle the animals in the pit. But you gather based on the context that not many people make it out.
I mean, yeah, they're velociraptors.
It's like this thing in the middle, right? This is the pit.
Yep, that's the pit.
Yeah.
The far end, the far ends, they're sloped. So if you're able-bodied enough, you might be able to scramble your way back out.
It's really fucking hard.
Yep. But yeah, I'm going to need initiative checks, initiative rolls from everybody as we enter our first combat here. Let's get some tokens on the map here. If you want your initiative to apply to your token, you need to click on your token before you roll your initiative. Otherwise, you have to do it manually.
Set up on my character sheet. It still uses the art.
Oh,
there's not a token for me yet.
Yo, not 20.
Hey.
Even without Diana's initiative bonus, I'm still going
Give me a
first.
second. I'm gonna make a token for Lucia.
Ooh, I don't have initiatives for a Chultan. That's bizarre.
Where's my initiative on the sheet? Oh, there it is. It's a 0.1.
I don't see a tracker.
You don't see a tracker. I pulled it up. You maybe refresh if it's not showing up. Or do you just mean your token isn't on the tracker?
That's also possible.
If your token isn't on the tracker, you need to click on your token for it to show up. Oh, come on, roll 20. I'm so rusty. There we go. Velociraptor. Velociraptor.
A Velocipaster.
The Velocipaster.
Don't watch it. Just top tip, don't watch that movie.
So we want to kill these things before they kill our guy.
Yep. Wow, that is a terrible picture.
Is that like illegal? And would that be illegal there?
I don't think Levi would know. I think Levi would know that this is an event that is held semi-regularly.
Yeah.
But well, I don't know. Yeah, you tell me, Hannah. Is Levi the sort of person that would go in for blood sports?
Not actively, but would be aware of them.
Okay. So why don't you give me a history check to see what the faux pas are related to the Executioner's run.
Okay. 1 second. That's a 10.
Doesn't care at all, but
A 10. Okay. So you don't know. You know that this is a trial by fire. This is supposed to be like determining whether the gods believe they're innocent or not. You don't know whether people interfering with that would be an issue or not. And you haven't heard of anything while you've been living here.
Sorry, how do I do this? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to click on.
That's
to
okay. Do you have a
roll this
token? Do you have a
properly?
token on the map?
I don't see one.
Okay.
Do I have to, like,
if you enter
drag
your
it
journal,
on?
yeah, if you drag your
Yeah.
your character sheet onto the map, you should drop a token down.
Oh, okay.
There.
Sorry.
No worries. You are a-okay. It is Roll20 is not the most intuitive.
No. Sorry, so I just need to like basically drag the section that says player characters onto the map?
You can just drag your actual character sheet onto the
There
map.
it is.
There you go.
Okay. I see it. I see it. Sorry about that.
That's okay. My apologies. We should have taken the time to explain it. We can now.
No. That's all right.
So if you click on your actual token, and then you go into your sheet and click initiative, it
Yeah.
should apply one automatically.
That it did. It did.
There
I
you
got
go.
It sorted.
So we're good.
Amazing. Thank
Amazing. Okay. So we're going to try this without a battle map. I think I've only done combat without a battle map once. So this may be rusty, but it's exciting and high octane. They have 80 feet to run, which is going to be about 4 rounds to get to the end, depending on whether they run into somebody or not. Actually, no, it wouldn't. It'd be like 2 rounds. Anyway.
I mean,
Elspeth.
they might be slower because they are bound and stuff like that.
That's true. Their hands are tied to one another and they're trailing ropes behind them. They've got about
Be careful not to trip.
they've got about 25 feet of rope trailing behind them. Elspeth, you are up first. All you don't necessarily know that they're down there. You know that the horn sounded, everybody's begun cheering, and you heard the clang of cages and then some snarling of some sort of creatures.
Is it a reaction to talk, by the way?
Yeah.
Could he
immediately upon realizing that Taban is in the pit, he's gonna basically try and shout to at least one of his friends, seeing that Elspeth's on Hope's shoulders, look at her intently and say, he's in there. Taban's in there, and like try to indicate that.
And in that case, you can absolutely know. You both have a vantage point on this. You can see each other, communicate it. You're good to go. You know where he is.
All right. I'm gonna just shout. I'm just gonna. No, sorry. I just imagined Ratatouille and Hope.
Because the horns.
I'm just gonna like.
What you hold on to for like as an anchor when you're sitting on my shoulders.
I'm just gonna like tap Hope on the cheeks, like, that's our fucking guy. And I'm gonna how far away the velociraptors from us?
Well, you guys are at the end of the pit. You guys are down here. They are up here.
Okay.
So it's about 80 feet and 30 feet down, and then there's also a good like 20 feet of densely packed people between you.
Wait, sorry, 80 feet and 30 feet down.
So they're actually they'd be further. They're about 100 feet from you in the pit.
Okay.
And the pit is 30 feet deep. And then there's also the crowd that's packed around the end of the pit here.
Yeah.
So you got about 20 feet of difficult terrain and then 80 feet straight shot.
But I have line of sight on them. I can cast a spell at them.
Ooh. Hope, how tall are you again? Let's see if I can remember.
I'm
right.
6 feet tall.
6 feet tall. And how tall is Elspeth?
5'8".
Okay, so about
I guess
half
we're
your
about
height. Together you're like 9 feet.
Yeah, 9 feet.
Yeah, because you're on, unless you're standing on Hope's shoulders.
Technically, I'm 6'2".
No, I'm not. I'm just
sitting.
Sat on Hope's shoulders.
So, oh geez, Pythagorean theorem here. Your average Chultan's going to be like 5'10". You're at the back of a 20-foot thing, trying to peer down into the pit. No, I don't think you have line of sight. I think that's the point of the. Everybody would be packed in to the farthest line of sight they can get.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you need like another 5 feet of height to be able to see in there, which is where Olaf is.
All right.
So I'm gonna say no.
I think I'm gonna stay on Hope's shoulders for now.
Okay.
Because they have a better chance of getting through the crowd, I think. And I'm gonna ready a arc bolt. So I'm just going to I'm going to be like channeling lightning down my arm, so collecting at my fingertips and waiting to release it when I get within line of sight of one of these Velociraptors.
All right. Are you doing this in any sort of stealthy way?
It
doesn't sound like it.
I don't have subtle spell, so no, stealth isn't my type of thing.
Okay. So I'm going to say that the crowd around you, enough people are far enough back, they hear this, and they are going to look back at you, and people have noticed that you're about to cast something, and there's a reaction. There's a chain of telephone is going, that you're in the back and causing trouble.
Are people like slightly moving away in fear?
Yeah, they're beginning to, yes.
They're clearing a path.
Velociraptor gets to go. First Velociraptor is going to chase one of the commoners. And I'm going to, the guy you're after is not a commoner, but we're going to get... I
just saw something terrible.
Yes.
We could just cause disruptions by pushing people into the pit.
That's entirely possible too, yeah.
No, that's too far.
My plan is throw an axe in there and see if he survives.
So the first bite misses, but the second one is going to connect. It's going to be 6 slashing. So Olaf, you can see that thankfully it wasn't Tabin. The thief goes down in 1. The Velociraptor rips into his back and catches him. He actually, the Velociraptor is going to step on the rope, which causes the man to trip and fall forward, and then the Velociraptor launches into his back, just completely ripping into him. So that raptor is distracted. The other one is still chasing Tabin. Get to... there we go. Our boy Tabin is going to keep running. He's going to run his ass off, and I'm going to give him a strength check here to see if he can break free of his the tie around his hands. Ignore the name of his stat sheet because it's not correct.
I don't think we can see the name of the stat sheet. Oh, you mean on this?
Yeah. With a mighty snap, he splits the ropes that are tied his hands, and he looks at the crowd and he raises his hands as he's running. He says, "Are you not entertained?" As he runs his ass off. We come now to Lucia.
Would I still be in the front?
Yeah, I think so. You're close enough. You were starting to come back when all this went down, so you could definitely reach the front.
I looked in there, and then it started before I could squeeze back through.
Yeah. You're close enough that it won't take extra movement.
And I guess I see that the other people from my group are trying to get there without the dude.
You see the one raptor is distracted, killing this man. The other one is still chasing Tabin. Actually, he's gaining on him. Though he freed his hands, the raptor is rapidly approaching, and he is unarmed.
I haven't played D&D in a very long time. Was there a way to properly get down 30 feet without just getting smacked by fall damage?
It's a slope, so this one you could just do.
Okay, I would like to gently, quote unquote, slide down the slope into the pit.
Yeah.
What? How?
There's an iron bar across here to
goodbye, Lucia.
To stop the animals from getting out. You're thin and wayfish enough. You can slip right under, and you slide down to the bottom of the pit. It's about a 20-foot incline, so you've got about 10 more feet before you start using your action to move.
Okay. Actually, I have 40 feet of movement because I'm a monk. I would like to go to the other raptors within 20 foot of me. No,
there's the closest one to you is probably about 70 feet.
70 that is a big card.
Yeah, you're at this closest end to us. They're at the far end still.
God damn it.
Oh, we have a rewind. I'm sorry, I completely missed that. A pause, a rewind, and a replay. What happened? What's going on? What'd I miss?
Those are big.
That's a lot of cards.
Hope has a little patchy beard. Was that what the card was for?
No, that I didn't make those
Oh.
happen.
Who played the card, and do we need to talk about something?
I think it was me, and I think I was just trying to move the safety tool thing over. I'm sorry,
okay.
it was not
That's okay.
at all on purpose.
That's okay.
Roll 20, I am not super used to playing with.
That's entirely fair. It
Sorry,
takes a lot
everyone.
to get used to. I just wanted to check if it's okay. If everything is okay, we can keep going.
I don't think there's a way to properly pull it somewhere else.
No, it's stuck
Yeah,
there, unfortunately.
It's just
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I like to have it there because like sometimes it's hard to vocalize things.
It's totally fine. It's just a small screen that I was working with.
Okay.
All is good. I apologize, everyone. Continue.
No worries.
So yeah, you've got about 20 more feet of movement at the bottom of the hill here. The raptors are about 70 feet from you.
Even the one that already moved and dashed onto the guy that is now being eaten.
That one is the 80 feet. That guy didn't get very far, so they're right at the start.
That guy's at the start. Okay.
Yeah, he was a commoner. He had 4 hit points. So yeah,
He's gone.
the raptor did
yeah.
6 damage.
I'm gonna use the rest of the movement to just move another 20 feet.
Okay.
I guess I don't have
Beautiful.
to dash yet.
So yeah, you're
I guess I
about
can
50 feet from the
dash.
raptor.
I will use my action to dash.
Okay. In that case,
And
yeah, now you're
am I
about
closer to the raptor than the guy?
you're about face to face with the guy.
Can I hand him my mace?
You certainly can. As you're running down, people have noticed that you're in here, and they start booing and jeering, and they're
uncertain how to feel about
cursing
it.
you. Yeah, they aren't happy that you're down there, and you can feel there's plinks in the sand as people are starting to throw stones at you. But you absolutely can't pass your mace over.
Pleasant. I passed my mace to the guy.
Yeah.
Today's your lucky day. We're kind of searching for you. Something about a debt. So
He smiles and he says,
I guess try to not die, please.
he smiles and he says, "You're after the debt. That's why I'm here. I'm earning it off. What are you doing in here? You're going to get hurt."
I'm gonna be fine. He's not very uncertain about that.
Yeah, he's just going to take the mace with a sigh and he's going to turn on the raptor, and the raptor gets to go. So the raptor makes its attacks against the gladiator who he was chasing. Get a bite and a claw. Both of those are going to hit him unarmored. He's going to take 12 damage. But he's a hardy individual. You can see his back and sides are just insanely scarred.
He went there willingly to get money.
Mhm.
What an idiot.
Yeah. So as the raptor bites into his shoulder and claws into his back, he's going to say, "Ah, this is how you clean a debt if you can't pay it." He is then
That's the best fucking way to make money ever.
he is going to whirl the mace around and prepare to slam it into the raptor's face as we come to Hope's turn. So Hope, you are the bottom of a
Chicken fight.
chicken fight.
No. This is funny because, like, a week ago I was suggesting some other characters do a chicken fight to get through a thing in a different game that I wasn't playing. Anyways, so Hope, the bottom of a chicken fight, tries to muscle his way through the crowd with Sister on his back, on his shoulders.
All right. Yeah, give me a strength athletics check for that. I'm going to say
Is it
people
slightly easier?
are trying to avoid you, so it'll be just a straight roll. It won't be disadvantage. Because you are carrying somebody on your back, so I was going to give you disadvantage for that.
Hey!
Yeah, 16 isn't bad. Yeah, people have parted enough. You're able to get to the front. When you reach the edge of the pit, that's when you realize the reason you've been having such a good time is because they want to get you to the front of the pit. In fact, all of the hands are pushing and pushing, and I'm going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage as they shove you into the pit over the bars.
Before that happens,
Disadvantage.
do I get...
That's a
Oh,
Before
13.
right.
that happens, do I
You were
get
holding
line
a-
of sight of my
yes.
alcohol? Yeah.
Yes, you would. Let's cover that first, and then we'll resolve the saving throws because you're going to need to make one too.
So, I'm just
your
gonna
held
fire
action
it.
was bolt, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Never mind. That
Arc
misses.
bolt. Yeah, it goes wide.
Oh, no.
Lucia, a little arc of lightning just flies past your hair. You get a little bit of static, and then crashes into the edge of the wall. So Hope, you got a 13 on your saving throw, and dexterity saving throw from you as well, Elspeth. Yours isn't disadvantaged because you're the one riding.
And she's got handles.
Both of you fall. So I'm going to say you're going to tumble ass over tea kettle, and you're going to take a d6 of damage from d6 bludgeoning as you fall. So the two of you take 2 bludgeoning damage, and you're at the bottom of the pit, ass over tea kettle. You're prone. So, here you are, Hope. You have fallen. You can get up, but it will take the rest of your movement to do so.
I will do so.
Okay.
I am... How far away is the closer raptor?
70 feet from the bottom of the pit.
70 feet.
You can see that about 40 feet ahead of you, Hope has, Lucia has come into contact with Taban, and she's passed off her mace. He's currently being ridden by
I can't get 10 feet closer?
I mean, it was 20 feet to get here. They shoved you in the pit. I fudged things a bit to allow you to stand up because it's supposed to be half your movement. So, yeah.
Right.
You're all tapped out.
Instead of standing up, can I crawl forward?
Yeah, I'll let you crawl 10 feet forward.
All right. I'm going to cast a spell on the dinosaur.
Dispel. This spell is what you mean. Sorry.
I'm going to cast a spell.
Yeah, so within 60 feet, this works. That is a wisdom saving throw, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so Raptor's going to make a wisdom save. That is a 9. That's a fail.
The raptor must use its reaction to move as far as its speed allows away from me.
Ah, very good.
And take damage.
Yeah, 16 psychic. You watch. You don't even necessarily need to scare it away. The raptor, as it is clawing into Taban, because that's the closest one to you, you see it. It begins to shiver and shake, and then all of a sudden, it's just every hole in its face just erupts with blood, and then it falls off of Taban's head.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So like infernal whisperings just like erupt from Hope, and that happens.
Yep.
Fun.
And then he goes, "Oh shit! Oh, ow!"
Yeah.
Might have overdone it on that one.
Olaf, you can see from your vantage point that the crowd is not happy that people are in there. It looks like anybody that is interfering with this is going to get shoved in the pit. So you see some people have noticed you up there, that you shouted to somebody in the crowd. Nobody's after you yet, but this is the situation you find yourself in.
Okay, Olaf is gonna sigh aloud, just gonna walk forward aloud so to get shoved in the pit if that's the case.
Okay. It will take your full movement to get to the edge of the pit.
Alright, can he dash? So what I want to do is he's gonna dash, he's going to then use his bonus action to turn one of his ingots into a small buckler.
Oh,
and try and throw that towards Taban.
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't you give me a acrobatics check? A strength acrobatics check to
Yep.
and depending on how well you do, I'll tell you how you get to the edge of the pit.
I think it is a normal strength check, so I don't have proficiency in acrobatics.
Okay, so just normal strength check.
So
yeah,
that's a 4.
You don't do anything fancy or film worthy, but you get there. You're shoving your way through. You get to the edge of the pit. You pull up this buckler. I don't think I added that to your items.
I think you added shield.
You absolutely can.
Sure.
Yeah, it would be one of the mundane items you can create. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. It's not actually on here.
Yeah,
but,
I intended it for it to be. I forgot. Yeah, it's shield absolutely. You take the shield and you hurl it. I'm going to give Mr. Gladiator here a dexterity saving throw to catch it.
Yep, and Olaf was just going to say, "We need you alive, Gladiator."
That should be a +5. I forgot he's proficient in dex saves. So 15, he absolutely catches the shield into the air. He says, "Well, I hope you're not looking to collect, because I'm broke." He's then going to turn around, now wielding a shield and a mace, to face the other.
And I assume I just get shoved into the pit now?
Yes, you would. The last thing you see, there are a number of other pens at the end of this pit. And as soon as people saw that there was interference, those pens were being pushed to the edge of the pit as well. So
Yeah.
last thing you see as you're shoved into the pit is these cages are being brought to the far end of the pit. So you are now in the pit. Since you're prepared for it, I'll give you advantage on your save to not faceplant. Dex save.
Oh yeah, so that's Dex save. Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong one.
Yep.
But is that right? That's just a Dex check, but I think that's yeah, I'll
This
do
is
that
a
again.
Dex save because you're going to see if you can land on your feet or land on your face.
Yeah. Yeah. So 8-7. I think I fail either way.
Yep. So this is 30 feet drop. You're going in the edge of the pit, which is a straight drop, so it's going to be 2d6.
Yeah, no worries. Would you like to roll that?
I got it.
Or...
Oh, I'm
fuck.
so sorry. I'm so
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
guy.
I'm only at 10 HP.
How close is he to me? How close is he to me?
He's going in probably about 30 feet from you.
Okay, I see he's about to take a pretty bad fall, and I'm gonna like manipulate the wind underneath him to cushion his fall.
Can you do that as a reaction? You can.
Yes.
Featherfall, you take no damage.
Oh, okay. So I'm okay. I don't take half my HP in one go. Thank you so much.
Yeah. You land on your face, but you don't take any damage. It felt like there were wings pushing you back up in the air. All right, so we come
Very
last,
comfortable pit.
finally, to Levi. Hana, what is Levi doing?
Hello. Levi would be moving forward. Am I within 30 feet of the pit? I was.
Yeah, you.
My token was kind of around where Hope was,
Sure.
I believe.
I would imagine you were in the same spot as Hope and Elspeth. You didn't declare you were doing anything with the
Yeah.
crowd, but you can see they cleared a path for you. So if you wanted to just run right to the pit, it's free. It won't take extra movement.
I'd love to do that. Yeah. I'd love to
Yeah.
run to the pit. I'd love to just jump in.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, easily
attempt
with
to do-
your size, you slip right between the bars and you can hero slide your way down.
Fantastic. Can I get to either the Velociraptor or this this other bad guy that we're looking at?
Not quite. You can definitely
Not
reach.
quite.
Your speed is 25, right?
30.
30. Okay. I think it might just be halflings that are 25. Then. Anyway,
Yeah.
you with 30, you can reach half the distance between you and the raptor. So you will reach Olaf,
Okay.
but you won't reach them. But that'll be a dash.
Okay. That's fine. Let me see. I would like to, in that case, just throw a hand axe at the raptor.
Yeah. So the other raptor is right at the start of the pit. So you will be at disadvantage
Oh,
because it's outside of your
It's-
range. Because hand axe is
'cause
60
it's a
feet
20
max
foot
range,
range.
right? Yeah, 20 to
Yeah,
60.
yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So hand axe attack with disadvantage.
1 second. I'm not gonna hit. My first roll was an 8.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It goes wide and slams into the dirt. Actually, it probably slams into the dirt right next to you, Lucia. You almost hit by lightning, almost hit by a hand axe. A very upsetting turn of events.
Trying to murder me.
With
Hey,
that,
I was trying to hit the raptor. Come on.
we're going to jump back up to the top of the order. But first, those cages that were being wheeled up in response to all of this shenanigans, they hit the edge of the pit. They tilt forward. There's another clang, and the thing opens up, and 2 more raptors fall into the pit, which I will drop onto the map now and roll initiative for. 1, 2. Velociraptor, initiative, and we go descending order. Okay, so Elspeth, you are up first again. You are still about 70 feet away from Taban and Lucia, and the raptors that just dropped into the pit are 80 feet behind that. Or, another like 10 feet behind them.
Okay, I'm gonna go for those ones that are like 10 feet away on Lucia.
Okay, the fresh ones you mean?
The fresh ones.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna cast Chaos Bolt. You can see that unlike with the Arc Bolt, she's channeling a lot more magic for this, and it becomes slightly unstable, just being shifting between lightning, fire, acid.
Yeah.
And she's just trying to say lightning. It's not lightning.
Okay.
She instead releases this burst of fire.
Okay.
I don't know which one of those is the attack. There's no attack roll there.
It
Certainly
should be between
hit.
the 1, which is acid, or the 5, which is lightning. by the way.
Oh, okay, no, it is lightning. It is. I thought 16.
Ah.
You
so
choose
it is
one of the
lightning.
d8s, so of the first roll.
Yeah, I thought both were d8s, but no, the second one's a d6. That's 9 damage.
All right.
and-
You need to roll to hit, right?
Yes, yeah. So that would be a 16 to hit.
Ooh, unfortunately, these raptors, they're a little too wiry for you.
More than
You're,
16?
I thought you rolled a
Raptor
10.
16?
What was your
Oh, yeah,
your total?
it's plus 6.
Oh, no, then you hit it. Sorry.
I was a bit worried. For a
Yeah, you
moment.
hit it.
Yeah.
Would you prefer the left one or the right one?
The lightnings. Oh, the left one or the right one? Are either of them closer to Lucia?
No, equal distance. They just dropped into the pit.
Either one works. We'll go left. We'll say left one.
Left one, and it was 9 damage, you said?
9 damage.
9 damage. Yeah, that raptor takes that. Does not seem happy about it. It gets shocked, and it is actually going to jump and shiver in place. All of the feathers along its crest get raised up in hackles of anger as you shoot this lightning bolt.
Right, as my bonus action, I'm going to spend 2 sorcery points and manifest another spell slot back. So
Nice.
that's the end of my
That's a good
turn.
idea. We run now to the first raptor. This raptor, seeing that there's fresh meat and wanting to gorge itself, is actually going to run forward. Seeing that Taban is armed now, it is going to instead attack Lucia. So I don't think...
No. Mia dies in the first combat.
I got a bit of AC. Fine.
I don't think he has protection fighting style. He does not. He has parry, which is protection fighting style for himself. So he can't help you. The raptor does not have pack tactics because its friends are too far away, but the raptor is going to attack you twice, Lucia.
Will it trigger opportunity, or is it still next to?
It hasn't left anybody's range.
Okay.
It's moving from
wasn't
the
sure if
person
it
it
went-
killed to Lucia. So it's entering...
I thought it would have run past Taban, is what I'm saying.
No. They're
Well,
next to
if
each
that's
other
the
still.
case.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, they're next to each
Okay.
other. So it is going to claw at you first. That's an
Miss.
8. And it's a bite.
and a
That's a
miss.
crit fail. Man, imagine we get through this
easy.
combat and I don't do you any damage except for the fall damage.
I didn't take fall damage. I'm fine.
No, Hope and Elspeth did. Okay, Taban is up next. He is going to... Ooh, I don't have a club on here.
I just realized I should get a big fat sun hat.
You see Taban, seeing everybody booing in the crowd, he's going to say, "What? This is what you're here for! This is the chance to watch a big blood fight, a blood battle." He's going to slam himself in the chest with a buckler on one hand and his Lucia's mace on the other. Slams himself in the chest a couple times. And then you see he gets really roided up, like he's enraged and in a bit of a fury. And then he's going to swing his mace, which has the same damage as a spear. It's just melee. 1, 2, 3. Well, that raptor's dead.
Damn.
What? I didn't look at the rules. Holy
I mean, I think the
shit!
crit absolutely obliterated it already.
What the fuck? Yeah, he just caves its skull in.
Yep,
Jeez.
the raptor is missed. We come now to Lucia. So Lucia, you just watched this man evaporate a raptor in front of you.
I feel like you didn't need my mace.
He says,
Slightly scared.
"It's always better with weapons, girl."
Okay,
Uh,
I'm gonna take care of the other one.
you're upset by blood, right?
Not officially.
Not
At least
officially?
I didn't put it
Okay.
down, but I feel like that is a reasonable assumption.
Okay. Because I feel like seeing a velociraptor explode into blood in front of you when you're a
It's
pacifist.
very anathema to my beliefs. So yeah,
Could you make me
If you
a wisdom saving throw to see how you handle this?
not good.
That's a fail. I'm going to need you to roll a d100.
Ooh. 68.
Oh, no.
So close.
68.
Damn it.
So
Oh no.
I
Funny number.
for my Curse of Strahd game, I created an extended madness table inspired by Darkest Dungeon.
Oh
So
yeah.
on the short-term madness table, you rolled faint. You fall unconscious. You are stable, but you are unconscious and incapacitated. We get, I believe it's 1d10 minutes. Or if somebody uses an action to shake you awake, or if you take damage. 9 minutes.
Oh no.
So you faint. You collapse into the sand at the bottom of the pit, unconscious.
I feel a bit lightheaded, so they just fall over.
I'm just gonna take a bet.
There are good ones in there too. You happen to roll the fainting one.
I said she shouldn't have come. What did I told her about, didn't I?
Oh, they're not gonna take me with them. My character will have to get replaced because the group is like, no. Girl,
You're not allowed.
We put you in the adventurers equivalent of an orphanage. Like, we'd like to exchange.
Yeah, we
this
take you
Yep,
to the
yep.
we take you to the children's hospital. Oh, we go to the orphanage and like we'd like a rogue, please.
Yeah, no, yeah, just like, and if they're not a rogue, we can make them a rogue.
The rest of you hear Tab and laugh.
We grabbed that urchin that tried to pickpocket
Yeah.
us instead.
You hear Tab and laugh, and he says, "I have that effect on ladies everywhere." And you see some people in the crowd laugh.
Child.
No.
Uh,
I was thinking
That's a
maybe I
child.
would try after this game, but now I'm not. Now I'm not interested anymore.
So, Mia, Lucia falls unconscious, fainting. You are stable at your current hit points. You take damage. Somebody takes an action to wake you up. You can come back.
this is too funny.
Yep, it's good.
Oh my goodness.
Oh lord, it also means if a raptor attacks me, it is advantage and it's an auto crit.
Yep,
Which will kill me.
yep. Hope, it is your turn. You can see ahead of you. Lucia has fainted from the sight of an exploding raptor in her face.
It is quite disturbing, to be fair, and she's a child.
Yep.
I'm going to get up now. And I'm going to get as close to those two as I can.
Absolutely, yeah.
Probably I can only move 15 feet because I am also standing up.
Yeah, to stand up from prone.
Yeah.
So you're about 20 feet away from them at this point. Then, maybe,
All right,
maybe 15.
All right. I'm going to cast Minor Illusion,
Okay.
which is a cantrip. And the smell of a nice, juicy, aromatic piece of meat
Yep.
right behind the raptors.
Oh, hey, there we go. In that case,
I will put it in the chat.
Why don't you make me a?
Difficulty,
Yeah.
It's their intelligence to figure out whether it's real or not.
Okay. I'm not so much worried about them figuring out if it's real or not. My thinking is, they aren't primarily here for food. They see you guys as a threat. They're attacking you out of self-defense more than hunger at the moment. So instead of making them save for it, I would like you to make a persuasion check using your spellcasting ability, which is charisma, so just a persuasion check.
All right. Persuasion. That's a 14.
Okay, then I will make I'll make it a wisdom save instead of intelligence, because this is going to be their desire to pay attention to what they're doing. Yep. The raptor turns around to look for this meat. It wastes its action looking for the smell. Oh, the spell can't create sound, light, smell, or other sensory effect.
No. Sound or image. Okay.
I'm so sorry. It's a great idea.
No. Wait, I have thaumaturgy. I think thaumaturgy can create smells.
If it can.
You can create... Where is it?
Make sound.
I don't see one for smell. Yeah, I don't see
I think
smell.
prestidigitation is the one that does smells.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
sucks.
Well,
That's-
it was a fun idea.
It was a really
but,
fun idea, and it would have worked, but you're not kitted out for it at the moment.
Yeah. No. Okay.
Okay, so roll that back. What are you doing instead?
All right. I'm going to instead cast a first level spell, Speak with Animals.
Oh, okay. So, yeah.
And say, if you guys don't attack us, we will just leave and we will not threaten your territory.
Okay. You hear the raptor yell back, "No!"
Oh, come on!
I'm so sorry.
No.
It made me laugh so much because like it sounds like the speed of a lost raptor. It's like no, don't wanna. Fuck.
We want to kill
It
you.
threw me off so hard.
We want to kill you. We hate you.
We're not a threat.
Yes, you are.
No, we're not. We're
Yes, you are.
leaving. Leaving.
It's gaslit, idiot.
Can I
I
at
don't
least,
know what,
like,
I don't
try
know
to
what it's saying
persuade it?
back.
I'm also screeching raptor noises.
Yeah. It's
think
your
that's
action
how
to
this
cast the
works.
spell. And you moved. I think it might be stretching it.
Okay.
I think you just start shouting at them. You can try to persuade them off of it next time. You get the sense from this that they hate you for some reason.
The raptor school where
I
they're
did nothing to
indoctrinating.
you.
Yeah,
Oh.
they're just shouting. No, they also talk very very quickly, which is the other thing. I was trying to replicate that because they're tiny little bird things.
Yeah, no, that's why it threw me
Very
off
high
so hard.
metabolism. Yeah. Thank you.
They're
I
little chicken
appreciate your
dudes.
appreciation.
Oh,
They're
Alright.
as big as chickens. I love them.
So Olaf, you're up next. Your face planted in the dirt, though weirdly, you're not hurt at all. It's like you were just gently placed on the dirt.
well, it's a very comfortable pit. Yeah, he's gonna stand up, brush himself off. How far am I from the rest of the group?
You're about 15 feet from Lucia and Taban, and about 25 feet from the two raptors.
I'm very
Okay,
uncomfortable.
my initial thought is to basically just dash, and then on the way towards the ramp, pick up Lucia because they're unconscious right now.
Okay. So you're
Yes.
thinking head to Lucia, pick her up, and run back to the exit of the pit, or back towards the
Yeah, and
dinosaurs?
while running with like them over the shoulder, just like smacking their face, trying to make them wake up.
Okay. You don't have to dash
Well,
to reach her, but it is your action to wake her up.
Could I instead use my action to pick her up and start moving?
Yeah.
Because I think that'd be more fruitful.
Yeah. So you can double up. You start
get to do that.
back with the place where you started on your turn, but Lucia is now over your shoulders. You don't need to make a check. Lucia is small enough. You can very easily carry her.
Yeah. Oh wait, am I next to the ramp then?
No, you're about halfway down the pit. So it would be
Okay,
another turn to reach the ramp.
Yeah, but that's where I'll be basically heading next.
Gotcha. So you are running away from the fight with Lucia on your shoulder.
Yeah, basically, because I think that it'd probably anger everyone around here if we were to kill the raptors. I think it'd probably be more fruitful to defend ourselves and try to get out the pit the intended way.
True. All right. Levi, you are up next. No longer the bottom of the order. You're muted, by the way, Hannah.
Yes, I'm pulling it up.
No worries.
My roommate is moving out at the moment.
It's easy to forget, which is why we mention it, because I've done it and Riley did it. I did it at the start of the session, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Am I within 30 feet of any of them? It seems like they're
let's see.
moving away.
You would be 30 feet from Lucia and Olaf, because they're running towards you.
Olaf appears to be behind me. I mean, like the people that I can attack. I don't want to attack.
Oh, yes.
Lucia or Olaf.
They're still on the far end of the pit. So it would be a full move and dash to reach the raptors.
Okay, well, I guess I'll do that because I'm mostly good at hitting things.
So with that, Olaf, you watch this tiny little blue gnome just race past you, hulking out, running towards the people at the end of the pit, the dinos at the end of the pit.
I feel kind of shown up.
So Levi, you get right up in their faces. One of the raptors is covered in blood from where he was eating the person. The other one is fresh and a little disconcerted. Looks like he might have smelled something on the wind, and he's they look very ready to kill you.
Understandably, I can't seem to move my token.
That's weird.
But
You don't
I put a
necessarily need
new
to.
one on the screen that's near the raptors.
It's near the raptors. Aha, I see. There we go.
Yeah.
I'll get rid of that one.
There it is.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh no, you're
Thank
off of.
you.
I'll fix that.
It's fine.
There we go. We know what order you are in initiative, so it's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So yes,
Thank
you have reached
All we can do.
the raptors. You are face to face with them. We come back to the top of initiative. At this point, seeing how things are going, people are going to start cheering and jeering at one another, and they're going to say, "Send it in, send it in, send it in," and
Oh, no.
you hear a rattling up above, and a bigger cage is being pushed to the edge of the ramp above you. I'm going to give a check on the people bringing this cage up to see if they get it here in time, because they were not expecting it, so they're going to have to do a bit of work to get it up to the front here.
It's Steve.
This will be a
There's
strength
two
check.
velociraptors left, right?
That's a 4. Yes, there are 2 raptors down here still. With a 4, they're not able to get the bigger cage up to the edge in time. But you hear there is a growling and snarling coming from inside of this cage. But it doesn't reach the edge of the pit in time for Elspeth's turn.
All right. I'm just going to fire off another arc bolt at these velociraptors.
Good idea.
So,
They're
yeah.
equidistant from you. You can absolutely shift around. 17 hits.
Yeah,
And,
whichever one is weaker.
Neither of them have been hit yet. No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
One of them was.
Whichever-
It took 9 damage from the Chaos Bolt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to hit the one you hit with
that
the
one's
Chaos
not
Bolt?
dead yet. I will hit that one again.
There you go.
Try and finish it off.
Yeah, so
9
it had
lightning
1
damage.
hit point, so you eviscerate it. You destroy it. It goes into -8. It is disintegrated.
And I'm going to run towards Lucia. Lucia still unconscious, right?
Yeah, you can absolutely reach
Yeah.
Olaf. Olaf has Lucia over his shoulder.
Okay. I'm just going to just check her, check her pulse, make sure she's not dead.
Yeah, you can tell, just quick glance over, she just fainted. It happens for wayfish
Right.
types. You're familiar with
Yeah.
damsels being overimpressed with something they see, so, you know.
Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
I'm
Okay.
being bullied.
The one thing I've learned about in this session is that apparently, whatchamacallit, Elspeth is an absolute shag lord. Sorry, a shag lady.
Yes. See,
Yeah, definitely.
I'm all about
Here's
giving
what about
people
being
what
a
they
little
want
kid.
for their characters.
What
Would
was
be a
that,
good
Mia?
mother.
Yeah, what was that, Mia?
She would be a good mother. She seems to care a lot about the health of her child. Which is
Yes.
I do care about you. Like a little wet, like kitten.
I mean, she's a bit like. She and Hope reminds Lucia of her parents a bit. I mean, it's an Aasimar and a Tiefling, and they
Yeah.
care a lot about children, which
Yeah.
and very beautiful,
So,
which both her parents are.
with that, Taban is going to run at the remaining raptor, probably kill it. Yeah. With his first hit. Destroys the last raptor. And then he looks at a lot of you. He says, "You're in it for the long run now. We have to kill whatever they drop in on us. You're not supposed to interfere with the run."
We've got to get to. You have a debt owed. I can't speak. You have a debt owed.
Yeah,
Comes
he's,
to collect.
he's going to shout back at you. "This was supposed to clear that."
Well, we didn't know that. You didn't tell anybody.
Whatever this is, it's more exciting anyway. We'll probably get much more than just 2 velociraptors out of there.
Yeah. Speaking of, Lucia, you are unconscious. You are having a nice, lovely dream. You are back at home. Butterscotch is purring at the end of your bed. You have a nice warm cup of tea. You can hear your mothers singing in the other room as they bake pies together. It is nice and lovely, and you're incredibly comfortable and happy,
Nice.
and you've never felt healthier in your life.
Yeah.
No one wants to kill you.
Oh, it's the cinnamon apple pies. I love it.
Exactly, yes. You can smell the cinnamon. We jump now to Hope's turn. So, Hope, do you have anything you'd like to do?
Well, there's no obvious threat. So I think I'm going to catch up to Lucia and Olaf and kind of shake her shoulder. Lucia, wake up.
Yeah, you can use your action to wake up Lucia. Lucia, you are stolen from this this wonderful dream. You get to the scent of blood in the air, and you suddenly realize it is way too hot and way too cold all at the same time. And yeah, you're looking into the face of a handsome young tiefling man with the start of a goatee.
Bad things are happening. You should probably wake up. Are you okay?
I think so. Is the pie done?
We can get pie later if we survive this. Anyways.
I would like to try.
Upon realizing that Lucia is awake, could Olaf just easily just put them down?
Wait, I'm being carried.
As a free
Why not?
action, you can put her on in the dirt.
Yeah. And I'm going to start flipping through my book looking for the story I want to tell.
Okay, that is good. That brings us now to you, Olaf. What would you like to do?
I'm just gonna look through my character sheet to see what I can do.
That's very fair.
1 second. I'm just trying to think what sort of weapon would be needed in this instance, because it looks like the crowd's not going to be happy unless we kill the thing now, which is conflicting. So, just let me look at my spells. I've got Green Flame Blade, so potentially what I can do is make a weapon and then use Green Flame Blade. So I think I'll use this action, because I think we've got an action sort of lead time before this thing
Yes.
gets to us.
What you can see is it will be dropped in at the top of initiative.
Okay. So I think it's best if we move closer towards the ramp, but using my action, I'm going to go ahead and make one of my ingots into... can I not make swords?
Yeah, those would be martial weapons. Simple
okay.
weapons. That's you're still learning how to use your craft. So I restricted it to
That- yeah,
simple
that's
weapons and
fair.
items for now.
That's chill. Just chill. I just wanted to make sure that. Oh yeah, I'm only proficient with firearms. I think I gained proficiency next level with more weapons. I
But
will
you can
just
make
go ahead.
clubs, sickles, that sort of thing.
I'm just gonna make a great club. So you just see as the ingot in Olaf's hand begins to droop until it appears to be this octagonal shaped club that sort of tapers down into the handle with a ring at the pommel.
Hop is watching this with fascination.
Exactly.
Like, this is the coolest thing he's ever seen.
Yeah, and after it stops glowing red, it just comes out in this charcoaly black metal color.
Yeah.
And there's I think we should probably make our way to the end, and if we have to, fight that thing.
No, we're fighting that thing.
Yes, but I've never fought a dinosaur before, and this seems
Neither
quite
have-
dangerous.
We just killed 4 of them.
To be fair,
Yes.
guys, 2 of them.
You've never been in a pit fight before? Glory above all else. You want
Yes, that is. Yes, but I'm just trying to think of the others here. I fight for myself, but I wouldn't want to get people in. You know what? Fuck it. And readies himself in a fighting stance.
Beauty. All right. So Levi, you will be our last round before the cage opens up.
Or Truckosaurus, apparently.
Truckosaurus.
I'm here. Okay, so I'm gonna move 30 feet towards the opening for
Yeah,
the Drogosaurus.
you've reached there.
Prepare.
You are right there, ready to go.
Fantastic. I'm going to just prepare an action for when it comes out.
Okay. Are you going to hold a melee action as soon as it reaches you?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Melee action for when it's in range. This is a good plan because the cage tilts forward. You hear the creaking of metal as people heave and hoe this heavy dinosaur. The cage slams open. The tarp pulls away, and you see a familiar-looking dinosaur. The very one you met, not the same dinosaur, but the same type of dinosaur, an Allosaurus, comes tumbling out of this cage, mouth first, full of teeth at you guys. This thing is like easily a ton. It is head over you, words. It is much bigger than you, is what I'm trying to say. It is in fact huge.
Hello, friend.
A big boy.
I still have concentration up on speak with animals.
You do. It says, "Hello, food."
Hello, Mario.
Yeah. So it is tearing ass down the rampart towards you. I'll say it can get just in nature of falling out of the cage. It's going to come within range of you, Levi. So you can make your held action now.
Amazing. I'm going to attack it.
Yeah, go for it.
Should be rolling now. Oh, that should hit.
Ooh,
I hope.
most certainly, yes.
Amazing. So then we roll. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, 13 bludgeoning. That's not
Nice.
shabby at all. You
I finally
slam
did
into this thing
something.
right in the face. It shuts its jaw. It was coming at you teeth first. You slam it on the nose. Its mouth shuts with a loud clap.
Fantastic.
Then Elspeth has the first action at the top of initiative.
Yeah. I'm within 120 feet of this thing, right?
You would be, yes.
Yes. So I'm going to do the same thing as before.
Another chaos bolt?
Channel elemental energies to chaos bolt.
Hey,
That
there we
is gonna be thunder damage as I just
Thunder
send
damage.
a sonic boom towards this thing.
Yeah.
Hopefully I hit. I don't know why it's not rolling
go. Yeah, I don't know.
like actual.
The Thunderer smiles on you as a loud crack of thunder peals out. You certainly hit. That's going to be 12 thunder, right? Did I read that right?
That is 18 thunder.
18 thunder. All right. Yeah, with that loud
And-
crack of thunder, the Allosaurus is going to shake on his feet as he's rocked backwards.
All right, and that's all my arcane power expended for now.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Taban is going to go next. He is going to laugh, and he's going to run up to the feet of this Allosaurus, and he's going to take some attacks on it. That is going to be one hit. It takes an additional 10 bludgeoning as he slams his mace into its face. The Allosaurus, not looking too hot. With you guys ganging up on it, it looks like it's not having a great time. Speaking of not having a great time, Lucia.
Hello. Am I in reach of the Allosaurus? As in, can I get there?
Yeah, within a turn you would be able to.
Then I would like to try exactly that. And then I'm gonna. Did I rock my sword to the rest of that?
No, it'll be on your person. That seems a little too mean.
A tiny bit.
Yeah, you feel.
I only just returned.
I don't think you even
It's
drew
fine.
it. You took out your mace and handed it over. You hadn't drawn your sword yet.
True, because I didn't get it
Yeah.
yet. Yeah, I'm gonna get over to the thing. I have disadvantage because I'm in sunlight.
Yes.
I'm gonna attack the thing once with my lovely rapier.
Go for it.
Unless I for some reason say it's lethal, I would always go for non-lethal.
Okay. Yeah, you can stab at its feet. At this point, it's pulled its face away because it's been hit too many times. So yeah, its feet are exposed.
I will attack it once with this. That will very likely miss, and then I will
Yeah,
spend a key
unfortunate.
point to smack it with my open hand twice. And maybe hit one.
I believe the 14 hits. It does. Your second unarmed strike connects.
Or bludgeoning.
Yeah.
Oh, the disadvantage in sunlight is so bad. I'm getting a sun hat.
You slam your fist into its knee. You hit bone. It maybe hurts you more than it does it. Not mechanically, but yeah, you slam into its knee. You did something. Hope,
Yeah.
it is your turn.
Hope just like audibly sighs and looks at the thing and is like, I really don't want to have to kill you, but you are attacking my friend.
He says, "You're nothing. You're food.
Yeah, no, we're not.
I hate you."
All the binaries of these things, just I hate you. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's like, I don't want to kill you, but
Okay.
like, you're attacking us, and we don't have a choice. I'm sorry. Please make a wisdom save.
No, it takes it.
That is, yep, 14
Yeah.
psychic damage.
With that,
It starts to bleed from the eyes.
it has 2 hit points remaining for the start of its turn. It is going to...
I'm
Yes.
going to use my movement to get as far away from it as I can.
does it have to run away from you as part of the Dissonant Whispers?
Yes, it does. It has to retreat.
As its action.
So if someone,
it's
it's not as
reaction.
attack. If someone's within
Immediately.
melee range of it, they get opportunity attacks.
If it has any space to move back.
Use its reaction, yep. I believe everybody's in melee range of it. So yeah, that's going to be Levi and Lucia. Yeah, I think Lucia probably gets it off first then, since you rolled it. You kill this Allosaurus.
You mean I stab it in a way that it falls over and falls unconscious?
Sure.
Oh, you hit it in the
Hands
toe, and
swing
it's
it.
so like, oh!
It
You
turns-
turns Achilles tendons.
It turns away to
Yeah.
run, and you spot an opening at the back of its foot, and you stab it, and it collapses into the ramp,
Right through the tendon
bellowing
and
in
then
pain.
knocks itself out. Oh, poor boy, I'm so sorry still.
Yeah, it's
I
now
really
it's now
am
squirming
sorry.
around at 0 hit points. Not having a
Maybe
great
we
time.
put it out of its misery.
It's gonna be
I could,
fine.
yeah, I
You can
could do
treat them.
spare the dying if I wanted.
Please don't kill it.
Our
Didn't
guys
even
were
get
best
didn't even
friends.
get an attack off. Olaf, it is your turn.
I think I think that we're done, and that thing's not coming back after us.
Okay.
And I don't see any more cages being lowered, right?
No, the silence has fallen over the crowd.
Olaf is going to just add a loop on his belt, just drop the mace into that, and then he's just gonna see if he can start sort of helping people get out of the pits, climbing up the ramp.
Roll me a d20 to see if your mace reverts.
Oh yes, and also the
Oh, the shield too as well.
The other bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so this will be for the mace.
Okay.
It reverts,
Yep, you get your ingot back.
and this is for the shield. Oh, 17 twice. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
Assuming that I just get the shield off of Tevin,
Yeah.
they both revert into sort of hexagonal-shaped ingots that he drops into a specially made holster on his belt.
so you begin working your way out. We'll give Levi the last action of combat. Do you want to put the Allosaurus out of its misery?
God, no. I love an Allosaurus.
All right.
I walk over and I touch my hand to the Allosaurus's ankle where it got slashed in that last thing, and I use the cantrip Spare the Dying.
Okay. It is stabilized at 0 hit points, and that is the end of combat. You work your way back out of the pit. Yes.
Before we
That's
get
fine.
out, I kind of play to the crowd a bit.
Yeah, you see, they don't know how to feel about you. They're looking down at you. Taban is laughing and saying, good fight, guys. But the crowd, undecided. What would you like to do?
I just want to shout to them, you're not entertained? I bet that was much more exciting than just a pair of velociraptors. And then can I kind of cast Prestidigitation to make like a crack of thunder?
Yeah, that to me sounds like a persuasion with advantage because you're magically boosting your natural murder abilities.
All right. 25. Let's
Hell
go.
yeah.
Crit,
So
nice.
with that, you hear a peal of thunder and the sound of horse hooves on the wind. And Elspeth, your hair raises up crackling with electricity. And the crowd all of a sudden decides that this actually was a lot of fun. And
It was.
the crowd starts cheering and laughing and clapping each other on the back, and they motion you down and they help you out of the pit. The Allosaurus will respond and say, caretakers, I don't have caretakers.
Well, owners.
I have slavers.
Oh,
Do you want to come with us?
Can we possibly free the Allosaurus? I would be happy to do something.
if we had an
to do
Allosaurus best friend session 1, that'd be amazing.
you'll have to talk to the Beastmasters in the guards.
Can we not talk to them and just like
It's
smash
very
some
crowded.
gates or something?
It's very crowded, and it is
I-
currently crippled, so it's not gonna. You're gonna have a hard time getting it out of here.
Well, I spared the dying on its
Yeah,
on its leg.
but its tendon is still
specifically on
cut.
its leg.
Its tendon is still cut. It's not gonna be able to walk.
Yeah.
But you were saying, Abby,
If we could free you from this, we'll try.
that says if you could free me,
I would.
get me back to
I'll
the
try.
jungle, I would not eat you.
I'll try.
Maybe
And you
I-
kind of-
Amazing deal. Amazing deal.
He walks over and like scratches it behind the ear. You poor thing.
Did you have something, Abby?
Oh no.
Okay.
I just wanted to know what's happening with the crowd now.
Yeah, the crowd helps you out of the pit. They're cheering and congratulating you, slapping you on the back. Taban says he doesn't really have any money for you, but if anybody would like to do anything about that, he says, as you get out of the pit, he says, I don't know which debt you're collecting for, but frankly, I'm broke at the moment. That's kind of why I came here, to wipe the slate clean.
Can I make
Well,
an insight check on it?
Do you know a Kalua from the racing pits?
He snaps his fingers and says, oh, Kalua, yes, I owed her 500 gold. That's what it was. And yes, insight check if you would like to.
Oh, not with advantage. I always forget to
Yeah,
send
so
that
15?
off. So 15.
He's not lying. He doesn't have any gold at the moment.
Yeah. All right. I thought.
Whether that caveat means anything or not, unclear.
Right. So how much were you going to get from this fight?
Oh, nothing. This was to wipe my slate clean.
For who?
All my debts. If you survive Executioner's Run, any standing bounties on you go away.
So a debt is treated the same as a bounty?
Yes, it's a crime. You owe somebody money, you come here. Slate's wiped clean. All crimes in the city. I mean, she could still be mad at me. But if I survive the pit, I survive the pit.
So we go back to her and say he survived the pit, and then that's the end of the story.
Unless she wants to be shitty about it.
Would
I was really
I
hoping
know
to get-
anything? Would I know anything about this? Like, would I know how she would respond to this kind of thing? That sort of idea?
Probably not great. She's probably going to be pretty mad.
Probably not great.
Legally speaking, Executioner's Run is generally... actually, yeah. What you would know is Executioner's Run is generally only for criminals of the city. The sort of betting that Kalua does, not really on the books. So
Okay.
he might be stretching
So-
the truth a bit there.
So she would still potentially have the capacity to say, "Hey,
To
you
collect?
still owe me
Yes.
things."
Yes, he might be
Cool.
he might be overselling it for the benefit of getting you guys off his back.
I'd like to say something about that.
You absolutely can.
You know, what's his name again?
Tabin.
Tabin?
Tabin.
Tabin, you know, Flua, I know, and you know, that the deal that you have with her has nothing to do with executioners, right?
Yeah.
You might say that you got no gold, but, we still gotta take a pound of flesh, as it were.
That to me sounds like an
Ooh.
intimidation. I would allow it to be a strength
right,
intimidation if you would like, because you are very ripped.
I am extremely ripped. Let me pull things up. Peter keeps going to sleep.
That happens.
Please roll a d20 for me.
I can roll a d20 for you. What is your strength modifier?
It is a +4 for strength. It's a +8 for athletics, if you let me do that.
Well, this is your intimidation. Are you proficient in intimidation?
No, I'm not.
Okay, then it's just a
So
flat
it would
10.
just be +4.
Yeah, so 6 plus 4 is a 10, which is, pretty average. He's not scared of you, but he knows you're not getting off of his back. He sighs and he says, all right. I actually don't have any money right now, but I did bet against myself. I'm set to make 200.
You bet against yourself?
As in, like, I bet on myself surviving Executioner's Run.
Oh.
You can
So
do illegal bets on the runs. I'm set to make 200, but it was supposed to set me up to start, clearing things out. I could give you maybe 100 of it.
It's a place to start, but it's just a place to start.
How about
We expect all
I
of
give
it.
you 100 gold, and I was actually invited to. Let me look up. I need to look up the name of him, and then we'll probably close out the session. He says. There he is. He says, I was actually, if I survived this fight, I was actually invited to a dinner at the Golden Palace tonight. Ithin Telroa, the master of beasts and taming in Port Nyanzaru, I was invited to a dinner there tonight. I was going to clear these debts and go there as a hero. I can give you the 100 that I'm owed and let you take my invitation with the Beastmaster.
Yes, that sounds perfect. I'm just jumping at
Deal?
the bet to take this. Golden Palace.
Wait, what exactly would a meeting with the Beastmaster gain us?
Oh, it's a feast with one of the merchant princes of the city. Have you ever
Yeah, so the most
dined with a king?
powerful people here.
Don't much care for it, but if that's something of worth, we'll take it, I guess, if that's something
Well,
everyone.
I don't know what you're here for, but if
Do
you
you
need
think
any sort
they
of beast
might-
of burden, he's the one to talk to. He has the monopoly on beasts in the city.
Do you think you might have information on the things we're looking for?
I don't know what you're looking for, but you seem
I
compassionate about
say
that.
this. Sorry, I meant
Sorry.
to. No, I'm not even there. Never
okay.
mind.
Well, he would say, you're compassionate about that dinosaur. He controls the sale of those things. If you want to buy
Yes,
it off of them, you'll have to talk to him.
We'll take it.
All right. I can, if you come, he gives you an address in the city, which I can't think to pull up right now. He gives you an address to come and visit him later. He will give you the 100 gold. The agreement with Kalua was you take 15%. She takes 85% of that 100. We can deal with that in the next session.
Elspeth just stares at the paltry 3 gold she got from all of this when she was expecting a bit more. At least
Lucia is not
15.
gonna give,
However,
taking the money. She would give her share to you because you got hurt because of her most.
What you do
Oh,
all
yeah.
gain is 825 experience points each.
Hey.
Oh, we're doing experience.
We are. There aren't really story thresholds the same way there are in the other campaigns.
Yeah.
It's too open world.
I want to experience my game and I really love it.
Sorry, what was our starting experience?
You started at just enough to get level 2, which is 300. So
Okay, 300. So now we're at
825.
825.
825.
that should be enough to get up to level
So,
3, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah. Then we would be at 1225.
Yeah.
Which is
Oh, can you show me how to do this?
where's the
Uh,
thing?
Later.
You don't level up until a long rest.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, you don't
I
level
just
up
have
until a
never
long
done
rest.
XP
Just
before.
keep in mind, your next long rest, you can level up to level 3. But
Sounds good.
that is the end of this session. Any questions, comments, or concerns at the end of our game today?
I loved it. That was amazing.
It was
Thank you.
good.
Thank you.
I'm rearing at the idea of Indiana Jonesing our way into the jungle. But I appreciate that we probably need a lot of time to get enough resources to be able to accommodate that.
It will come soon. This is more to introduce you to the city, start you making allies so you can actually get yourself set up. If you have any questions, any thoughts, anything of that nature, you can feel free to DM me, or we can talk about it in the session itself. If there's anything else to add to the palette, you are more than welcome to. Yeah, and I will do my best to reach everybody. I'm going to be a little less strict about when I schedule things, but we will always schedule things at least a week in advance.
All right.
But I'm going to try to give myself more time.
Next week is the plan, right?
Next weekend would be the 11th. I don't think I have anything on the 11th. I should be able to do the 11th.
Yeah.
Right. Table inspiration. Let's get it. What do we think I didn't even explain table inspiration in the session 0 stuff. Instead of inspiration, which is just advantage, and it always feels bad to give out inspiration to some people and not others. Instead, we're going to do table inspiration, which is going to be a comedy and tragedy. So at the end of each session, we will determine who had the most tragic moment in the session and who had the funniest, most joyful moment in the session.
We know.
Lucia fainting.
Yeah. So the person with the tragedy in the next session, the same rules as Lucky. Anytime there's a roll, before you know the outcome of the roll, you can make that roll into a failure. Same thing with the comedy. Once a roll has been made, but you don't know the outcome of the roll, you can make it automatically a success. It cannot be a crit, but it becomes a success on a D20 roll. So we are agreed. Lucia gets the tragedy next game.
Yeah.
I am gonna go with how invested am I in the poop for the funny.
Yeah. Well, they can't go to the same person, so.
No, that
was Levi.
Levi.
Levi, right?
How invested am I in the poop?
Levi exploding the poop. How invested am I in the poop?
Yeah.
Okay, so
that was a great moment.
you can mark inspirations on your sheet. Next time Lucia gets tragedy, Levi gets comedy.
That's hilarious. I'm totally okay with that.
All right. Last note about table inspiration. It's only for next session. We'll apply it to somebody else at the end of next session, so it disappears if you don't use it.
Okay.
I like that. It incentivizes it.
Right? It's more useful.
Oh, sorry,
Everybody hoards inspiration and then never ends up getting used.
I feel like I'm at spot 1 to 5 for tragic things happening. With the fainting, with the poisoning,
so
being
funny.
targeted for murder.
Yeah, Lucia is definitely the tragedy of this session.
All right. I think that's it. Anybody else want to say anything before I stop the recording?
What was the
I just wanted to
letter
say-
called that we...
Sorry. Abby, I think, was talking first, and then Riley.
Yeah. What was the letter we got called? The letter to the Beastmaster's dinner or something?
Yes. So tonight in the Golden Palace, Ifan Talroa. I will put his name in the chat here. Ifan Talroa. He is the merchant prince that has a monopoly on animal husbandry and beast selling
All right.
in town.
And if you guys are alright with it, Elspeth will keep that letter when we get it.
Okay. I don't have a physical letter for you, but you have an invitation now.
Yeah.
And we'll pick up that next time.
I'm so excited.
All right.
I feel like I will have to have a talk with Elspeth that I will actually be taking with them.
Riley had something to say.
I will like, no, child, you stay.
What were you going to say, Riley?
It was me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Leah.
was just
Or
going to
not Leah,
say
Connor.
I really appreciate all of your folks' patience as I'm not super used to doing online games, so there's been a little bit of figuring out tonight. And so I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You folks have been
No
wonderful, and I'm really excited to explore this with you.
Me too.
Yeah, this is going to be so fun.
Also, we always have technical
It's really fun.
difficulties. It's a curse.
It's not D&D without someone having some kind of like, okay, where's the option for that? Because I don't see it on
yeah.
my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only
Nope.
one then. I
Nope,
felt
you fit
so
right
bad.
in. You fit right in. All right.
Wonderful.
Bye, everybody.
I see you.
No, sorry.
Bye.
I was
No,
just going to
I
stop the
see you all
recording.
lighting up, but I can't hear you.
Bye.